Sorry.
No, thanks.
Get moving.
It's kind of a, there we go. Mayor, we're ready here.
Okay, did you get everyone in? I was getting a report of someone who couldn't get in, but there's so many people on right now, I can't tell. You've got to
everybody that's tried to get in is in now.
Okay. All right. Welcome everyone to the Tuesday, March 22nd, 2022 City Commission meeting. First, we will have some words from Porter R. Neal on how our meeting will go.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. I just have a few housekeeping items for this Zoom meeting. This meeting is being recorded and broadcast on the city's YouTube channel and cable channel 25. Please remember to mute yourself during the meeting unless you are speaking. The chat function for the meeting is disabled. All chats will go directly to me. Unless you are participating during the meeting, please turn your video off. This allows the active meeting participants to be seen on screen. You will still be able to hear the meeting. When you are participating during the meeting, please turn your video on. If you have any trouble, you can send me a chat. Please remember to state your name each time you speak for the benefit of those participating remotely. The city reserves the right to mute people or turn individual videos off to minimize distractions during the meeting. Now I'll turn the meeting back over to Mayor Shipley.
Thank you, Porter. Mayor Shipley, now we'll let Sherry do her explanations and then we'll do roll.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few procedural reminders since we're still doing the virtual meeting. Please remember to state your name and title each time you speak. That's for commissioners, staff, and any presenters. When a motion is made, the mayor will call on commissioners individually to provide their vote, then announce whether the motion carried and the count of the vote. When the mayor calls for in-person public comment, individuals should raise their hand to indicate they wish to speak. Staff present will direct you to the podium to speak. Following social distancing and safety protocols, please state your name before speaking and comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Individuals participating via Zoom should use the raise hand function to indicate they wish to speak. The raise hand function may appear in different places on your Zoom menu depending on the device you are using and which version of Zoom you have. Individuals will be called upon by name in the order they appear on the meeting host screen. When you are called on, please unmute and state your name. And again, comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. Vice Mayor Shipley, let's go ahead and do a roll. Vice Mayor Larson.
Here.
Commissioner Finkeldye.
Here.
Commissioner Littlejohn.
Here.
Commissioner Sellers.
Present.
Mayor Shipley, I made it. Let's go ahead and approve the agenda. The City Commission reserves the right to amend, supplement, or reorder the agenda during the meeting. Are there any requests to reorder from Commission?
Commissioner Finkeldye, move to approve the agenda.
Vice Mayor Larson, second.
Mayor Shipley, I have a first and a second. Commissioner Finkeldye.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Larson.
Aye.
Commissioner Littlejohn.
Aye.
Commissioner Sellers.
Aye.
Mayor Shipley, aye. That passes 5-0. Next, we have a number of proclamations. The first is to proclaim April 2nd through 8th, 2022, the Week of the Young Child. And I believe we have Jeremy Fite here to say a few words before I read the proclamation.
Jeremy Fite, I am Executive Director of Hilltop Child Development Center. Hello. and also the president of the Kansas Association for the Education of Young Children Lawrence chapter. And I just want to thank all of you for supporting the Week of the Young Child. This is a national initiative to really celebrate the people birth to 8 years of age, as we've learned over the last 2 years, the significance of the work that is done with these young people, and the significance of the brain development. And as our education system develops, the importance of what we do on a daily basis for the thousands of kids here in the Lawrence and Douglas County area. So I just want to thank everyone for the mayor's office for declaring this proclamation and supporting the Week of the Young Child, April 2nd through 8th. So thank you.
Mayor Shipley, thank you. We'll go ahead and read this proclamation then. Whereas the Lawrence chapter KSAEYC, in conjunction with the Kansas Association for Education of Young Children, KSAEYC, and the National Association for the Education of Young Children, NAEYC, focus on spreading awareness of the importance of early childhood education in Douglas County. And whereas the first year of a child's life are the period of the most rapid brain development and lay the foundation for all future learning. And whereas there are 7,200 children birthed through age 6 in our county, and 77% of children in Kansas have all available parents in the workforce. And whereas participation in high quality early childhood education saves taxpayer dollars, makes working families more economically secure, and prepares children to succeed in school, earn higher wages, and live healthier lives. And whereas at the same time, the cost of 1 year of child care for an infant in Kansas averages $13,000 and $8,700 for a 4-year-old, and the majority of these costs, which often exceed the cost of a year of college tuition, are borne by parents who often cannot afford it. And whereas young children need skilled, educated, consistent, and compensated early childhood educators who ensure that children supported by families have the early experiences they need for a strong foundation. And whereas working families need sufficient high-quality childcare spaces beginning at birth to be available in the community, and need robust subsidies, scholarships, and tax credits for families at all income levels that support the true cost of quality early childcare education. And whereas we celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Week of the Young Child, so that we can continue to recognize and advance the early childhood education profession. Now, therefore, I, Courtney Shipley, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, Kansas, do hereby proclaim April 2nd through 8th, 2022 as Week of the Young Child, and commit to investments that stabilize, sustain, and support childcare and early learning, so this essential workforce can continue to support children, families, and our economy through the pandemic crisis, recovery, and beyond. Thank you so much. Next, we will proclaim the month of April 2022 as Mathematics and Statistics Awareness Month. And we do have a speaker, but I think she'd like to speak after I give the proclamation, but I'll check. This is Professor Margaret Bayer.
Yes, yes, that's fine.
Okay. All right. Whereas mathematics is the foundation of discipline for science and technology, and mathematical reasoning, analysis, and problem solving are increasingly vital in preparing our youth to lead productive and responsible lives. And whereas mathematics is a living and growing discipline continually being created and discovered. The power of mathematics is revealed in the richness and beauty of its intellectual structure and the diversity of its applications to almost every field of human endeavor. And whereas the beauty, challenge, and excitement of mathematics and its potential to enrich individual lives require that through mathematics education, we make its opportunities available to all our citizens. And whereas the Joint Policy Board for Mathematics, a joint venture of the American Mathematical Society, the Mathematical Association of America, and the Society for Industrial and Applied Mathematics, was established to articulate and advocate sound public policy concerning the mathematical sciences and the field's ability to contribute to the public welfare. And whereas the Department of Mathematics of the University of Kansas is dedicated to the creation, application, and teaching of mathematics and to serving the mathematical needs of the community. Now, therefore, I, Courtney Shipley, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, Kansas, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2022 as Mathematics and Statistics Awareness Month, to be observed in schools in the City of Lawrence in recognition of the importance of mathematics and mathematics education. Thank you so much for bringing this to our attention. Professor, please speak.
Yes, hello, I'm Professor Bayer from the Mathematics Department at KU. Mathematics and Statistics Awareness Month has evolved, originating as Mathematics Awareness Month in 1986. It started at KU even earlier in 1984. It is a time to increase the understanding and appreciation of mathematics and statistics. We hope to convey to all, but especially to children, that mathematics is interesting, fascinating, even magical, and sometimes mysterious. Follow Mathematics and Statistics Awareness Month on Facebook and on Twitter, where you will find news, history, puzzles, and problems. The KU Math Department is sponsoring these activities. Saturday, April 2nd, 2 o'clock in Snow Hall, the KU Math and Statistics competition for 3rd through 12th graders. Later in the month, a KU student math competition. The Russell Brott undergraduate colloquium, and workshops for 5th graders the last couple of weeks of April, some of them in person and some of them virtual. Mathematics and statistics are of increasing importance in all walks of life, and we want to expose young people to the value and the joy of mathematics. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Bayer. That's fantastic that you're here to promote that. Certainly throughout the course of our meeting, there will be plenty of mathematics. So thank you. Mayor Shipley, we have one more proclamation this week to proclaim March 22nd as the 50th anniversary of the Older Americans Act Nutrition Program. And I will, I think I'll read this proclamation, and then Monica Gottschammer will speak afterwards. Hopefully that's okay. So here we go. Whereas 50 years ago, on March 22nd, 1972, President Nixon signed into law a measure that amended the Older Americans Act of 1965 to include a national nutrition program for individuals 60 years and older. And whereas for 5 decades, this landmark law has helped to fund community-based organizations like Meals on Wheels, and still is the only federal program designed specifically to meet the nutritional and social needs of older adults. And whereas this year, Meals on Wheels programs from across the country are joining together for the March for Meals Awareness campaign to celebrate 50 years of success and garner the support needed to ensure these critical programs can continue to address food insecurity, malnutrition, combat social isolation, enable independence, and improve health for years to come. And whereas volunteers for Meals on Wheels programs are the backbone of the program, they not only deliver nutritious meals to seniors and individuals with disabilities who are at significant risk of hunger and isolation, but they also provide care, concern, and attention to their welfare. And whereas Meals on Wheels programs in Lawrence deserve recognition for the heroic contributions and essential services they have provided amid the COVID-19 pandemic, and will continue to provide to local communities, to our state, and to our nation long after it is over. And whereas the senior population is increasing substantially, and action is needed now to support local Meals on Wheels programs through federal, state, and local funding, volunteering, donations, and raising awareness ensures these vital services can continue to be delivered for another 50 years. Now, therefore, I, Courtney Shipley, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, Kansas, do hereby proclaim March 22nd, 2022 as the 50th anniversary of the Older Americans Act Nutrition Program, and urge every community member to take this month to honor our Meals on Wheels programs, the seniors they serve, and the volunteers who care for them. Our recognition of and involvement in the national celebration can enrich our entire community and help combat senior hunger and isolation in America. And then with that, I would ask Monica if she could come on and speak.
Thank you so much for, on behalf of Midland Care, taking this proclamation and for your service later in the week and delivering meals. We appreciate you. And I know that they would love volunteers if anyone's interested.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you for bringing this to us and all the work you've done over the years.
Thank you.
Now we will move on to the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and will be approved by one motion. There will be no separate discussion on these items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. Members of the public wishing to speak on an item that's been pulled off the consent agenda will be limited to 3 minutes for comments. Oops. Are there any commissioners who would like to remove something from the consent agenda?
This is Commissioner Sellers. I'd like to remove C8A.
All right, thank you. Any other commissioners? Okay, Sherry, are you seeing anyone there in the room who would like to remove something?
Nothing on the consent agenda you would like pulled to discuss? Okay. No, Mayor.
Okay, and online?
Yes, Chris Berger.
Hi, the right of way, I think it's C7A.
Commissioner Finkel, I think it's C8A, which Commissioner Sellers already pulled.
Thank you.
Great. Sherry, anyone else?
Yes, Michael Ullman.
Yes, good evening. C6A.
All right, Sherry, anyone else?
Commissioner Littlejohn, I think Commissioner Finkeldye was mistaken. Those are two separate right-of-way things. The C8A is only dealing with Pennsylvania and 8th Street. C7A, which I think Mr. Berger was trying to pull, was relating to what Enrico Villegas was talking about earlier, I believe, a couple of weeks ago.
This is Sherry Reederman, City Clerk. Commissioner Littlejohn, you might want to refresh your agenda. There was a late update that changed the reordering a little bit because an item was under second reading when it should have been under first reading.
Gotcha. Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Ditto. Thank you.
Mayor Shipley, good. Sherry, anyone besides C8A and C6A?
That's it.
Great. Okay, then Mayor Shipley, I would entertain a motion.
This is Vice Mayor Larson, and I move to approve the consent agenda with the exceptions of C6A and C8A.
This is Commissioner Sellers. I second.
Mayor Shipley, I have a first and a second. Vice Mayor Larson?
Aye.
Commissioner Sellers?
Aye.
Commissioner Finkeldye?
Aye.
Commissioner Littlejohn?
Aye.
Mayor Shipley, aye. That passes 5-0. That brings us to C6A, which I believe was pulled by Michael Ullman.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Shipley and Commission. My name is Michael Ullman. I'm with the Sustainability Action Network. You saw this, well, this is an item to wrap up some payments to the contractor, Mega KC, for work done on the sections of the Lawrence Loop, including 29th and Haskell Lane, a raised crossing at that intersection. And you last saw this at your January 4th meeting. I'd like to share my screen if I could. Will I be able to do that?
You can do that now, Michael.
Okay, thank you. And this is from your agenda showing that particular raised crossing Haskell Lane and 29th Street, where a section of the loop, the very challenging section of the loop for the safety of the users was finally completed this past November. Before paying these last remaining bills to the contractor, I think there's some unfinished business that needs to be addressed first, and I don't know who to, account for how this was built improperly, out of conformance, in spite of the fact that the city engineer said it would be built according to the specifications which you see up here, and the project manager specifically said that both inclines on both sides would be 6 feet. He stated that clearly in an email. This street, Haskell Lane, is a local street, 25-mile-an-hour speed limit. I know for a fact, and don't ask me how I know, but cars can go over this raised crossing at 35 miles an hour, possibly more. In other words, something that is supposed to be slowing the traffic for the safety of the loop users actually allows them to go beyond the speed limit of the street. I think somebody needs to be held accountable for this. I don't know if it's the contractor who built it incorrectly or if the city engineer and project manager didn't give proper instructions. I can't say. I would like to see an investigation and some accountability, some report as how this was built out of conformance and what can be done to correct it before we pay these final bills. And that's my request. So I hope to have it. Oh, I'd like to mention, I noticed that there are Parks and Recreation officials at the meeting tonight. They might have something to say about this because I know they're concerned too. Thank you.
Mayor Shipley, we will be sure that commissioners don't have any questions or comments at this time. And then we'll go to public comment.
This is Vice Mayor Larson. Could somebody from staff speak to this, please?
Good evening, Commission. This is Jake Baldwin, Engineering Program Manager. I could be happy to answer any questions on here. And I'd begin, Porter, would I be able to share screens briefly?
Yes.
Okay, so if you're seeing my screen, what you're seeing are excerpts from our design plans completed by our consulting engineer. These are the profile and the plan view of the improvements there. They were built to plan by the contractor based off of that standard detail that Mr. Allman showed earlier. It is a standard detail. It can't be built exactly in every situation. Again, I think I may have touched briefly back in January about the grade of the road here in the proximity to the intersection. So we've got some profile grade to deal with. So immediately your standard detail cannot be built. If you build these to 6 feet, your percents are going to be different from what the detail shows you. So essentially we start with that standard detail and apply it to the actual condition in the field and the grade that you encounter here. So with that, if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Yeah, this is Vice Mayor Larson. So Jake, are you indicating that in order to get the slope that you needed, according to the specs, that you had to extend out the apron, I guess you would call it, potentially?
Jake Baldwin, Engineering Program Manager. Yes, there were some pavement joints out there that made more sense to match into, in addition to drainage considerations being on the return of the curb at the intersection.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Larson again. So is this, how unusual is it that, or usual maybe, is it that we have to modify that like in the field when we actually see the measurements based on field conditions?
I'd say, again, Jake Baldwin, Engineering Program Manager, that every one of these raised crossings we do is going to be modified from that standard detail at some point, just because that standard detail pretends you're in a completely horizontal world. So something's going to have to give as soon as you diverge from that horizontal.
Thank you. Thank you, Jake. One more question, Vice Mayor Larson. So the contractor built it to specifications in accordance with what the city wanted. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. That's what I was trying to display with the plans there on the screen.
Any other commissioner questions? Let's go ahead and go to public comments. Sherry, again, I'm going to let you find all the people because there's a lot of them here today and I can't see all of them.
Okay. Is there anyone in the room that wants to comment on this item? Okay, go right. No. Not on this item. Yeah. Okay. Chris Flowers.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers, and I didn't come here to talk about this to begin with, but just when Michael was talking, he talked about that someone could go over the bump at 35, I believe. I'm just questioning that because if it's what I'm thinking of, it's at 29th and Haskell, that little street. But it's right before an intersection where you can't go straight through, I think. I think there's some factory like directly north of the street. Because I use this street when I deliver to Praxair and I go down 31st, I think, and then take that street up. But how would you go 35 over that if it's right before you have to like turn left or turn right? I mean, you'd slow down anyway. And if you're turning off of 29th, you'd have to hit the gas right away to get up to 35. Because if I'm remembering it right, it's right before you have to turn, like, or if you're just turning off 29th onto Haskell Lane, that you'd have to just really floor it to get up to that speed. So, I mean, I don't know about the rest, but I just want to make sure y'all know it's not like the raised crosswalk on 19th where it's out in the middle and then you don't have, where you can just go straight through for a while. So those speeds are going to be different than one where it's right before you have to turn. Thank you.
I don't think anyone else wants to provide comment on this item, Mayor.
All right, Mayor Shipley, commissioners, any discussion or questions? I might go ahead and ask Jake a question. Just generally, if something is misdesigned by a contractor, what happens?
Jake Baldwin, engineering program manager. Do you mean constructed incorrectly?
I apologize. Yes, thank you. Executed. Yeah.
Sure. Yes. If the contractor were to not construct that correctly, then we would have the means to have them go back and fix that. Typically, we catch those items during construction, but we also have the 1-year warranty to go back and look at those things as well as something that may have deteriorated or fallen apart.
I don't know. You know, I don't ride a bike. But I know Commissioner Larson does, and I know she gets around, so I'm presuming she might have gone through this. I just I hear different things, and some of it's anecdotal. I just want people to be safe, and we all know that there are different styles of speed bumps or crossings all over town, and we're trying to get more uniformity and clarity in that, but I do want to make sure that this is a safe crossing because it isn't just about activities, it's also for transportation. So I don't know, Vice Mayor, do you have any thoughts here?
Well, for me, this is an issue of whether or not it was properly built to the plan that was designed. And since Jake's indicating that it was, I don't see how we could deny them payment for it. Now, the other potential issue or that was brought up was whether or not it's a safe crossing. for me, that's not the issue on this item. It's whether or not they built it to plan they did, so we can't deny them. I don't think we can deny them the money for it. So I'm gonna vote yes for it.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Mayor Shipley, are there any motions?
I'll go ahead and make the motion. Approve cumulative change orders to the Lawrence Loop, 11th, 9th Street and 29th Street project from Mega KC Corporation in the amount of $68,060.74, increasing the total contract amount to $800,020.74, and amending the FY 2022 to 2026 CIP to transfer funds from the sidewalk bike pedestrian improvements project MS 22-8000 to cover the overages related to field conditions.
Commissioner Finkel, aye, second.
Mayor Shipley, I have a first and a second. Vice Mayor Larson?
Aye.
Commissioner Finkeldye?
Aye.
Commissioner Littlejohn?
Aye.
Commissioner Sellers?
Aye.
Mayor Shipley, aye. Our next item that was pulled from consent is C8A. Commissioner Sellers pulled that.
Sorry, I spoke too quickly and didn't hit mute fast enough. Yes, I wanted to talk, I know we spoke about this and we had the 3 deliverables that were outlined in the memo by Enrico, but I did have some concerns. I know we received some public comment, but I had some concerns. One in particular with the language around the defined term of minor excavation. And so just wanted to talk a little bit more with Enrico on that. Saying that this is a regulation and with defined terms, that really makes me nervous when we have language in it that could be leaning either way, and it feels like there's some left up to, the defined term has context in it that leaves it up to interpretation with the language in there as regards to case-by-case basis. And so, Enrico, I know in the original discussions that were brought up, there was talk about using, I know I brought up the footage situation as far as what determines minor excavation, and in doing just some light research on municipalities and localities that define minor and major excavation. Could you explain how you got to the defined term, the definition for minor excavation, and just to get some ground, some foundation to the conversation this evening?
Sure, Enrico Villegas, project manager. So the definition came about really trying to look at this holistically, because the definition would be applied to all right-of-way users. And so the flexibility of having the case-by-case kind of listed in that was to help staff make those administrative discretionary calls. So in particular, say for example, a green industry contractor needed to use a mini excavator to install a stone retaining wall piece or something like that, then that would be permissible under this definition. Now, if a utility company wanted to open cut the entire right-of-way frontage to either replace or install some type of facility, then that would be seen as not minor, and we'd want a separate permit for that. And so this, under the class 4, is kind of the blanket permit. And so for any of those like minor things that a green industry contractor would be doing, a mini excavator or something like that, then that would be permissible. But we really need to be mindful of the utility companies out there that could, or any heavy construction contractor that wants to then try to open cut something where, you know, we need to look at for proper shoring, whether they're stabilizing it, any impacts to traffic or anything like that. So that was kind of the context behind it, where that was coming from.
This is Commissioner Sellers. Thank you, Enrico. So the definition was formed not necessarily based on the depth or grade of which excavation is being done, but it's based on equipment.
This is Enrico Villegas. This is Enrico Villegas, project manager. More or less the like the means and method by which it would be done. And so I was a little leery of using a depth in there because then it could come into question, well, how'd you come up with 1 foot versus using 3 or something like that? So I really wanted to avoid that. But yeah, it's more focusing on like the scope of how the contractor performs their work. And so for green industry contractors, you know, they'll utilize like vibratory blades to either pull pipe or make simple bore runs under a sidewalk or something like that. And so keeping that in context and also knowing, say like what our utility providers do, sometimes use like an auger or something like that to help stabilize a pole, then that's okay. But kind of thinking about the bigger things of what would we not want to fall under the minor excavation was really kind of what shaped that definition.
And this is Commissioner Sellers again. One more question before we open it to public comment. So then we don't define major excavation. So am I to, I don't want to say assume, but by de facto, by a major excavation is everything that a minor excavation is not, with the same caveat of a case-by-case basis?
This is Enrico Villegas, project manager. Yeah, I guess that would be implied that if it weren't minor, then it would be major. But because it always trying to look at this on a case-by-case basis. I mean, it's hard to capture everything.
Thank you. This is Commissioner Sellers. Thank you. I almost waved my hand because the light went out on you, and I thought waving my hand would turn the light out on you. So sorry. So I caught myself, but yeah, we can. I do have some thoughts around that, but I will yield my time for public comment.
Mayor Shipley, I want to make sure other commissioners don't have somebody seek Vice Mayor Larson.
Yeah, I just saw Randy Larkin on a second ago. Did he want to say something about the definitions?
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. I just wanted to clarify and go back to the original, what the original idea was when this was done, I don't know, a couple of years ago. Basically, anything that was major was anything that cut the pavement. Anything that was minor was something that did not cut the pavement, because that's what we were mostly concerned about. And there were some other things perhaps then that was discussed that might be major that don't involve the cutting of the pavement, but I just wanted to give that background for it. That's really what we were most concerned about, in degradation of pavement and the cost to the city having to replace it after it's been cut and those types of things. So anyway, I just wanted to add that.
Mayor Shipley, I want to make sure there's no other commissioner questions before we go on to comment. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and let Sherry call the commenters for me.
Do either of you want to comment on this current item? Okay. Chris Berger.
Hi. Just have grown more and more sanguine over this whole process. And we've been doing this since August. There are 3 things I think that everyone has, or we've tried to address. One of them is protecting homeowners from, arbitrary exercises of, well, we decide this applies to you. And there's been some effort made by the city to do that. The commission, though, has directed more to be done. And honestly, the city has ignored you, most specifically about liens and judgments. And direction was given to staff to go ahead and make it so that this would not be the basis of a lien or a judgment against somebody's property. And that's been ignored multiple times. You know, those are the two fundamental things that I've been concerned with. And I think that the contractors in town have asked to have some clarity. And quite honestly, again, it's only gotten worse. So this is a set of ordinances, and Randy kind of alluded to it, that really is not meant to apply to anything that is being applied to right now. And, you know, I would just ask you to ask the question, they're still leaving the bonding requirement in, and they're still leaving in the requirement that anyone who gets a contract is obligated to open their personal financial records to the city for audit. None of that's been deleted or removed. And really, I don't think that I'm saying this to make it applicable, but just to show that this is a size 4 shoe, and they're trying to get a size 14 foot into it. They need to do something entirely different. We've been trying for 9 months and longer, and it simply hasn't worked. I thank the commissioners. You guys are trying, you're being ignored, and the requests have not been complex. Thank you.
Bobby Flory.
Good evening. I submitted a letter to the commission, and I originally had not planned on speaking as it is a consent agenda item, but my letter was a couple minutes past the deadline. So I emailed it to everyone directly, but did want to make sure that I went on record saying that we support the efforts that have been made towards the concerns that we've expressed, but also the one that is still out there is, as Commissioner Sellers brought up, the definition of minor excavation. I appreciate the spirit that Randy Larkin mentioned, that if it doesn't cut into pavement, then it's considered a minor excavation. I think that definition does need clarity. I included with my letter an email response of Enrico that gave the interpretation, and his interpretation was acceptable as far as how he viewed the work that the green contractors would do. But the point is that's his interpretation, and it would be nice if that was defined so that we didn't need to pull that email out every time and say, see, this is how it was interpreted by city staff at the time that it was passed. Because obviously in this situation, even Enrico's moving on to a different program that he's going to be working with. And the next person then will have this definition to try to figure out what we actually accomplished here. So while I hate to slow this train down, I do think there needs to be more clarity on the definition, but do appreciate the work that's been done so far.
That's all the public comment, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Sherry.
I'm sorry. I had asked. Go right ahead.
My name is Frank Mayo. I'm with Lawrence Landscape, and I think a simple definition would be a 2-foot depth for us doing irrigation, planting street trees, going. Rarely do we go any deeper than 2 feet, and I think that would eliminate the utility contractors trying to circumvent the system or use a different permit than they ought to be using. So I offer that, and I think it solves all the problems, but that's just me. So thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
Okay, Mayor, I believe we are done with all the public comments.
All right, great. Let's bring that back to the commission then for discussion or clarification.
This is Vice Mayor Larson. So if Randy could pipe in on this as to why we don't have a more definitive definition. Seems like what you had indicated, Randy, about concrete cut versus not concrete cut seemed pretty straightforward. Is there a reason why we don't codify that?
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. There was some discussion of the City Commission that went a little bit beyond just that simple definition last time, and I think Enrico was trying to capture it. I thought he did. If the City Commission would like something done differently, then we can definitely do that.
Okay. And then Vice Mayor Larson again. So the other question is, could you address some of the issues that Chris Berger had brought up regarding the lien and judgments and bonding requirements and so forth?
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney again. The only entities that are required to get a bond are those entities that are placing permanent structures within the right-of-way, which would involve piping or anybody that has an agreement with the city under Chapter 9. If it's a land or homeowner that's under Chapter 8 and has a temporary permit, there is no bond requirement specifically, and there is no provision in the city code where we would place a lien against anybody's property as a result. There's no provision for that, so it can't be done. So that's my response, and that was my response last.
All right, thank you.
This is Commissioner Sellers. Enrico, did you have your hand raised before I chime in?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Sellers. This is Enrico Villegas, Project Manager. And I do want to go back to the, I would try to avoid the distinction between just cutting the pavement and then not, because there are instances in construction where you may have to dig, 10 feet deep in order to access a facility. And so in that case, there are additional things that would need to happen in order to make sure that is a safe work zone. And so could we perceive that as minor excavation? I think in that instance, we would need an additional permit for that. That would involve a thorough inspection versus just falling under the blanket of the Class 4. So I'm ear more towards the safety precautions than if you're just working either at grade or just slightly below it, then that is okay. But I mean, if you're going to go to depths where more people should be involved, that's just where I'm coming from on that.
Mayor Shipley, sorry, Commissioner Sellers. I guess in all these discussions, I was hard pressed to imagine a scenario where someone putting in sprinklers would need to dig 10 feet. I feel like these are two different sets of rules. That was, I thought, the point of putting the green industry in this other set of rules. Am I misunderstanding?
This is Enrico Villegas, Project Manager. The Class 4 was intended for general maintenance of facilities. And so if a green industry contractor needed to excavate a portion of a right-of-way in order to repair a sprinkler line or something like that, that would have fallen under that. We've given them the ability to now install their sprinkler systems in the right-of-way while functioning under the Class 4. There are also other parties that have a Class 4 permit, so this definition would also apply to them. And so there are facilities for other utility providers that are fairly deep. And so trying to be cognizant of how this definition is also working with them. So that's where some of this challenge is coming from.
Commissioner Littlejohn, I'm sorry to jump in here. I'm just a little bit more clarification. So what exactly, I know you're explaining the impediment to specifying in that minor excavation definition that what would stop us from just saying that if you are a green industry client or contractor, you can, dig to the 2 feet that Mr. Mayo was saying. Otherwise, all this other stuff would apply to you, kind of thing. I'm just throwing it out there.
This is Enrico Villegas, Project Manager. Commissioner Littlejohn, I'd have to think on that. I don't have an answer for you right now.
I wonder if that might also be a Randy question. Maybe I'm misunderstanding Commissioner Littlejohn, but is the question, could we say 2 feet and not cutting concrete? And you obviously don't have to go through the extra process.
Right, and specify that it's being done by a green industry contractor, just to eliminate. Yeah.
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. I would prefer that we just not identify green if we did something like this, but it's definitely within the purview of the City Commission to direct how this policy is written or what the definition of a minor cut is. But if it's a minor cut for anybody, it's a minor cut for green industry, it's a minor cut for anybody. I would just rather leave it as however the City Commission would like to do it, but it's definitely within your authority.
This is Commissioner Sellers. I partly agree with Randy on that. I think once you start getting too defined in a defined term, then it loses then you run risk of, you just run a risk there. So I think for me, we've brought up several points. I know Mr. Mel has brought up several points. I know Commissioner Littlejohn has alluded to some points that he made and to that. And Enrico, I think that the defined term has some good structure to it. I just, to Mr. Mel's point, I'm just in some of the light, and I mean lightest and the greatest term. I did not do a deep dive in research of different, regulated defined terms of minor excavation. But, for several of the ones that I looked at about 10 different ones, and there was some language in there around damage to pavement surfaces, about the integrity of the right of way. There was, how the depth of, existing infrastructure and grades and vegetation. And so I see what you were trying to do with the definition. The case by case piece is just the part that is a little bit cringy for me, because again, unless there's some type of an exemption subsection, that's where I feel like that should lay, to say, there are some exceptions, to the reg, and that could be determined by the department, so on and so, blah, blah, blah. But there should be a little bit more cleaner explanation as to what that minor excavation is, whether it's a depth, whether it's a use of a tool, whether it's disturbance of a certain grade of, whether it's facilities, things of that nature. So, if we had to vote on this today, I would not vote in favor of it, because I'm just not comfortable with the language around the defined term. And I don't, I understand your passion for not wanting to quantify what that is. But I'm not sure it's hitting, it's definitely not hitting the mark with those in the industry. And it's not hitting the mark with me. So, I'll just leave it there. I appreciate the effort that's around it. I think there's some language that can be a little bit more finite, so that there isn't if there is a case by case, that's something that can, that comes up and pass, but I don't know if it needs to be in the term. I'll leave it open to any commissioners, but I know as of right now, if we were to vote on this tonight, I would not vote in favor of it.
This is Vice Mayor Larson, and I would, if the mood of if the commission decides they want to have more work on this ordinance done, then I would really caution us not to get too narrow in our definition, and that we do leave some room for some level of, I don't know if interpretation is the right word, but just not to get too narrow in our definition. That's for sure.
And this is Commissioner Sellers. I appreciate that, Commissioner Larson. I think that's where guidance comes in. And Enrique has that, you know, he presented the document that you could share, and maybe that's something that could be in the document. But I would like a more tighter definition.
Mayor Shipley, at the beginning of all this, before we got into the rabbit hole again, I was merely suggesting that we make sure this email interchange is put on the record. Again, so if there's some interpretation questions in the future, we're not going to write a policy that is clear to everyone. Then we need that secondary interpretation where people can find it. But I also thought once upon a time that the point of writing policies was to make them clear to people so that they wouldn't have to go to 2 or 3 people or question what was eventually determined to be administrative judgments. Commissioner Finkeldye, you got any thoughts?
Commissioner Finkeldye, I think a clearer definition would be better, for sure. And I know we've been kicking this down the road some, and you know, I don't know if we could go with the 2 feet, and then, you know, if that became unworkable, staff came back to us on that. If that would be a more acceptable process forward than going with the what we have before us, the case by case, and then having people come back to us and ask for further definition. I'm just throwing it out there.
This is Vice Mayor Larson. I would definitely also be interested in having some definitions to whether it's a concrete cut or not, because once you get into cuts on the pavement, they can get pretty technical, and the need to make sure it's put back by in accordance with our code is real key, and it can get, like I said, more technical. So I would be definitely concerned if something like that wasn't not added into that definition.
This is Commissioner Sellers. Again, it would be futile for me to make a motion, but I would prefer to have, I would like for Enrique to take this back and to see if we can work another round of a defined term. If he believes that this is what's best for, for this reg, then, it is what it is. But if there's some opportunity to connect with the regulated community and to find some common ground and to work a regulation and work the term that way, to give an anecdotal story, that's what I do on the state level. So, if we can just try one more time, I don't see it as kicking the can. It's just the regulation process. You're not going to get it right on the first time. And if you do, then I'll give you $1 for a winning lottery ticket. But if he could at least take it back and work with the community, whether it's other than the green industry, Mr. Mail, or someone, to see if there's some opportunity there to amend the proposed definition, then, I would be happy with that.
Mayor Shipley, I do want to also go back, Randy, and clarify what you have before, which is, I think your statement was that the city has no ability to make a lien on a homeowner because it's not in our city statutes, or because the state of Kansas won't let us. But can you?
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. There would be nothing where they would owe us any money or anything regarding the right-of-way. They just have to get a right-of-way permit if they're going to do any temporary work in the right-of-way. If it's a permanent structure like a underlying pipe or if they're a AT&T or something of that nature, we get bonds from those companies. And the purpose we get the bonds for is if they were to tear up the street and then abandon the project. And so we get a bond from them so that we can then go against the bond and then fix the street, and it costs the city nothing. But we do not require bonds for temporary right-of-way work, which any homeowner would be doing. If they're going to put something permanent in there that's not exempted, that's not a retaining wall, that's not landscaping, we've exempted all those things out of it, then there's no requirement that there a bond be had. And so then there would be no means of going back and putting a lien on the property for something that's done. Now, if we had a judgment because of something that was done, then that might lead to a lien, but there would be no process of that. There would have to be some type of lawsuit, some type of order issued, and those types of things. But under this scheme currently, there is no way that can happen. And as while I'm still talking, this is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney again. I think probably what'd be a good idea would be send the regulations back to staff, have us look at the definition again with the 2 feet idea and the cutting of the pavement idea. And then, but the ordinances, if you guys are satisfied with the ordinances, you could go ahead and forward with those today if that was your choosing at this point in time.
Mayor Shipley, thank you. Randy, I feel like I'm hearing commissioners say that they'd like more clarity. Am I, sorry not to mansplain what I thought I heard to everyone, that was rude. But if there's agreement among commissioners that we would like further clarification on the definition from staff, Randy and Enrico, I would agree with that.
This is Vice Mayor Larson. I'm fine with that.
Commissioner Littlejohn, I'm fine with that as well.
Commissioner Finkel, I can make a motion. But I was going to say, are folks okay with the 2 ordinances? We haven't talked about those, so. Okay, my motion would be, I consider adopting on second and final reading ordinance number 9904 and ordinance number 9905 and deferring the right-of-way administrative regulation amendments and directing staff to look at the definition of minor excavation.
Commissioner Sellers, I second.
Mayor Shipley, I have a first and a second. Commissioner Finkeldye?
Aye.
Commissioner Sellers?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Larson?
Aye.
Commissioner Littlejohn?
Aye.
Mayor Shipley, aye. That passes 5-0. I heard from Randy, but Enrico, I want to make sure you have what you need.
This is Enrico, project manager. I think so. I will also be, I have a scheduled meeting with the Kansas Corporation Commission this Friday. So I can also kind of bounce this around to them too, and kind of see what their perspective is on this. So I'll definitely work on it and see what we can do about the depth and all of that. So.
Mayor Shipley, thank you very much. That takes us, I'm sorry, Sherry, did I say 5-0? I want to make sure I said that. That takes us to public comment. I'm going to check on everybody. Oh, it's only 1 hour. Okay. The public is allowed to speak on items or issues that are not scheduled for discussion on the agenda. As a general practice, the commission will not discuss or debate these items, nor will the commission make decisions on items presented during this time. Individuals should address all comments and questions to the commission. Each person will be limited to 3 minutes. Again, Sherry, I will let you tell me who's there in the room.
Thank you.
My name is Michael, Lawrence Accountability. Won't take a lot of time tonight. I thank Craig for meeting with me and coming to an adjustment on the Cora issues that we had with the $90 an hour charges. I still have a lot of questions there, but we'll leave that one lay. During that meeting, though, I want to touch on the fact that we have a situation at LPD where accountability is held within the department and there's really no outside oversight from what I'm gathering. The May 5th incident last year, there was an arrest downtown. I'm sure all the commissioners are aware. I've hollered about it quite a bit. But that arrest, the OPA boss, Troy Squire at the time, told everybody in emails that the officers performed admirably and that they were exonerated and that they did their jobs great and this and that. I think in the videos that I've shown where we've slowed this down and can actually see an officer mount an individual with his knees, I think there's some questions there. And I've talked to a lot of people that seem to have a lot of questions about that, but nobody's wanting to answer those questions. Now, I escalated that to the city commission and I got back a couple responses indicating that the city commission had asked for a second review of this case. And that sounded great. So I asked a little while later if I could find out the results of that. And I was told probably not. In my meeting with Craig the other day, he seemed like he didn't know anything about this. So I guess I'm wondering who the commission asked to do the review. And was it just another LPD review of the same case that they'd already exonerated people on? This is where we're getting at. We need some outside oversight. And I think this case shows the need for the Community Police Review Board to be its own independent board without all the police involvement, without all the police skewing how they have to view things. And I think we need to remove the obstructions to them getting some information. I think it's unfortunate that we lost a good board member a couple of weeks ago at the same time that we had two former officers arrested for the things that they did while they were on duty. This isn't just stuff that's happening. It's stuff they're doing while they're on duty, guys. We have an issue with accountability and we need some outside oversight from that Community Police Review Board. We need your help to get the LPD to understand that the Police Review Board needs to be independent. Thank you.
Did you want to provide general public comment? Okay. James Minor.
James Minor, Lawrence Branch, NAACP. Good evening, commissioners and city manager. My name is James Minor, a member of the Lawrence Branch NAACP and co-chairman of the Political Action Standing Committee. After independent research and discussion with relevant parties, the Lawrence Branch NAACP would like to see the recommendations that were derived from the City Gate Review be completed and put in action. We believe their recommendations will make Lawrence more proactive on policing and demonstrate understanding of the community's needs and expectations. It is important that the recommendations of the report are implemented in the Lawrence, Kansas Police Policy Manual. We recommend the following. The Lawrence Branch NAACP is requesting the following recommendations to make changes to the Lawrence Police Policy Manual. 1, all wording on choke and carotid artery holds are removed from the manual and replaced with any and all methods applying choke and carotid artery holds are prohibited. 2, state that no-knock warrants are banned. 3, provide training and implement practices that reduce the risk of shooting at moving vehicles. 4, restructure the order in which topics are addressed in the police policy manual so that de-escalation is seen as a priority rather than a possible alternative to use of force. Emphasize at the beginning and throughout the manual the importance of de-escalation with clear rules to drive the mindset of where we want to be as a city, police force, and community. 5, provide training and implement practices that reduce the need for use of force. It is time for changes to be made to ensure a society in which all individuals have equal rights and there is no racial hatred or discrimination at the hands of the police. Thank you.
Chris Flowers.
Hi, I'm Chris Flowers, and I'm just here to voice my support for the previous speakers. And also, I was going to make comment anyway about the resignation of one of the Community Police Review Board members. Like, I mean, you guys should be seeing that as a red flag right there, that this thing's kind of going off the track about what I mean, if the Police Review Board members think that this is all pointless, I mean, that should be a signal that things need to change somewhat. And here's what I was just thinking, like, the purpose of why we want change is to remove the bad cops. Now, we know we've had bad cops in the past here. I'm not saying we currently do. I'm not saying we don't. I'm suspecting we might have a few since we've had some in the past. So if we're trying to remove the bad cops, how much should we be working with the police? Because that's where the bad ones are. We're asking for input from the people we're trying to weed out. Like, we totally need this thing to be separate from the police. Because especially, I also want to bring up the police union. Like, the police union isn't operating in the interest of the citizens. It's operating in the interest of the police, who are paying them money for representation, I'm guessing. I mean, like, if it's like most unions, I mean, they're in it for the money. Like, their members are paying them money. Like, so I don't know. I didn't really come prepared to speak, but it baffles my mind that we try to appease the cops as much as we do, especially when some of them might be part of the problem. And also, I want to say, I think we do have some really good cops, but I pose this question to y'all: which is more important, having good cops or not having bad cops? I'd be willing to lose the good cops, and if it meant we lost the bad cops also and just had mediocre ones. I think just having nothing but mediocre cops would be better than having good cops, bad cops, and mediocre ones. You know, it's getting rid of the bad cops is the most important thing, and that should be the focus. Thank you.
That's all the general public comment, Mayor.
Mayor Shipley, great, thank you. Let's go ahead then and move on to the regular agenda items. Our first agenda item is to consider receiving recommendations from the Public Incentives Review Committee. I think Britt should be here for us.
Yeah. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. This is Britt Crumcano, Economic Development Director. And tonight, you are to receive recommendation from the Public Incentives Review Committee, PERC, and consider a request for an IRB sales tax exemption for the Cedarhurst Development Project. Excuse me. This project is a new senior living medical services and living facility that will be located at 4450 Bower Farm Drive in Lawrence, Kansas. The plans called for a 70,000 square foot building to be constructed on a currently vacant lot at a capital investment cost of over $17 million. If approved, construction will start later this year, and the facility would be operational in 2023. We have the applicant's representative here to talk in more detail about the project. Before I turn it over to him, I wanted to briefly mention that staff has reviewed the request and feels it meets city policy for an IRB sales tax exemption. In addition, the project supports several 2040 comprehensive plan goals, including diversifying the community's economic base. Currently, the land is vacant and generating a low level of property taxes, about a little over $34,000 a year for the taxing jurisdictions. Once developed, the property will be assessed and taxed as commercial property, which will generate substantially higher property tax revenues for all taxing jurisdictions. There's approximately a net $200,000 annual difference, according to the hypothetical estimates that the Douglas County appraiser provided for me. It also promotes infill development. It's the project is going to be located on 7 acres surrounded by similarly developed commercial properties, which encourages the improvement and redevelopment of existing commercial areas that our plan also calls out. It'll expand the pool of quality jobs, workforce retention, and new job advancement. The project will support 30 full-time positions at an average annual salary of almost $43,000. The project will also support an additional 15 part-time positions. And then also just historic precedent, we've approved other projects like this in the past for an IRB sales tax exemption, including the Newmont House 2 and the Pioneer Ridge projects. The PERC committee, the Public Incentives Review Committee, received the request at their March 2nd meeting and did not provide a recommendation with a split 4-4 vote. At this time, I would like to turn the presentation over to Nick Dwyer to provide more details on the project. And afterwards, we would be happy to take any questions.
Sorry, I think I was muted. Thank you, Britt, and thank you, commissioners. I'm just going to share my screen really quickly and just give a short presentation overview of the of our project. So as Britt mentioned, my name is Nick Dwyer with Dover Development and Cedarhurst Senior Living. And this is our project. It's a 74-unit assisted living and memory care community located at 4450 Bower Farm Drive within the Bower Farm subdivision. Cedarhurst Senior Living, we're based out of St. Louis, Missouri. We're a vertically integrated senior housing owner, operator, and developer. We currently manage over 5,400 units of independent assisted and memory care throughout the Midwest. And in the state of Kansas, we've currently got 3 projects going on. We've got one in Topeka, Kansas that is under construction, one in Salina, Kansas that is under development, and we'll break ground this spring. And then hopefully Lawrence will be our 3rd project in the state of Kansas. Pending, this meeting and planning review, hopefully we'll break ground here in the next several months. And just to provide some figures on the senior housing demand that we're recognizing in Lawrence, the 75 plus population is expected to grow over 23% over the next 5 years. The adult child population, the anticipated decision makers for moving folks into senior housing, is expected to grow another 6%. And then the average year of the existing senior housing inventory in the market is over 20 years old. To give a little bit more overview of our project, as I mentioned, it's 74 units assisted living and memory care. It's approximately 70,000 square foot facility. It'll be a 1-story facility with 52 AL apartments and 22 memory care apartments. The total project cost is estimated to be around $21 million. That's construction, land, soft costs, financing, everything included. And as Britt mentioned, we anticipate to create about 50 jobs, over 30 of those being full-time, and the average payroll for one of these communities is typically over $1.5 million. And as Britt mentioned, we expect the average salary for those full-time employees to be over $40,000 with some part-time employees on top of that. In terms of construction, the construction value, $14 million, expected to generate over 100 construction jobs. And as I mentioned, I've included a schedule, but hopefully we'll break ground later this year and be open to start accepting residents in 2024. Here's a good exterior rendering of this facility. It's actually a new design we're working on with an architect here in St. Louis. And so these types of facilities are the ones that we're going to start rolling out here in Kansas, hopefully. It's a very residential type facility, not a nursing home by any means, but it's intended to make the senior feel like they're still living at home. Each resident has their own private apartment with private bathroom, living area. There's a full service dining area, and then some amenity and activity space as well. We try to keep all of our residents busy with a full suite of services, both healthcare services and then just life enrichment services, to help them engage, both socially and also increase their well-being and their quality of life. And so the facility will have a mix of studios, 1-bedrooms and 2-bedroom apartments, as I mentioned, and obviously different price points for different size apartments. And then each resident will have their own sort of tailored resident care plan based on their needs on a daily basis. So as I mentioned, our site, as Britt mentioned, actually is undeveloped. So currently not producing a lot of property taxes for the city, but it's located just east of Theater of Lawrence, and then there's a independent living facility just east of our site. So we feel like it's a really good fit. It's one of the last developable sites in this area, and think it'll fit nicely within this development and provide seniors with a nice bit of access to some retail, coffee, shopping, grocery stores, and the facility will actually have a shuttle service to take folks around in town and access those nearby amenities. And I think Britt mentioned this, but just want to emphasize one more time, we are not asking for real estate tax abatement. The city will be receiving property taxes from day one. Should be quite a boost compared to what the property is producing now. We are only asking for construction sales tax abatement just due to a number of factors. As I mentioned, we've got a project in Salina, Kansas that is still under development. We hope to break ground, but we started pricing that project with our general contractor in the fall and saw a 15% increase of what we were building our project into Pica for, which is actually a larger building, which broke ground a year ago. And we've priced that project several times thereafter, and we're just seeing substantial increases as big as 15% in less than 6 months. And then on top of that, senior housing is a bit of a nuance within the real estate sector. So we're getting hit from both sides, both on the construction side and then the operational side. Took quite a hit during COVID. Cedarhurst as a company saw a 21% increase in operating expenses from Q3 2020 to 2021. And then we've budgeted about a 33% increase in wages just because of the unstableness in the healthcare labor market right now. And so this construction sales tax coupon would provide a huge benefit to this project due to the fact that the construction price of this project has yet to be bid out and it's still an unknown. So any little bit helps at this point. And we hope that, with the approval of this request, will help bring this project to Lawrence and make it a reality. And as Britt mentioned, we think there's a precedent. There's been several other senior housing projects, both Pioneer Ridge and Newman House, have received a similar type benefit. So appreciate everyone's time and happy to answer any questions that you all may have. Thank you.
Mayor Shipley, I want to go ahead and make sure Britt doesn't have anything more to say, or there's not any other bits of presentation left.
Mayor Shipley, this is Britt Crumb-Cano, Economic Development Director. No, I don't have any additional comments to make. Again, at this time, we'd be happy to, either the applicant or myself, to stand for questions.
Mayor Shipley, I have a question. Actually, I think it might be for Randy or Tony, whoever is in the legal side of this. My recollection of some other things, for example, in the realm of the Board of Zoning Appeals, is that precedent isn't require us to vote one way or another. We are obviously could be at any time a different commission than one 10 years or 12 years ago. Can you talk to me about the realities of precedent in these situations?
City Attorney Tony Wheeler, I can answer that question. You are correct, Mayor, each commission gets to evaluate agenda items and bring your own judgments and decision-making on these matters. So if that's responsive to your request.
Mayor Shipley, thank you. Mayor Shipley, any other comments or questions from commissioners for the applicant?
Commissioner Littlejohn, thank you, Nick, for presenting, and Britt for bringing this to us. I had the opportunity to go ahead and look at the public incentives meeting, and I also saw that the presentation that we're being shown today looked pretty similar to the one that was shown then. I just had some, questions regarding some of the questions that were brought up during that meeting. I didn't really see them addressed anywhere in here, and I just wondered if I was missing something.
No, I mean, the presentation was edited slightly just to make it a bit more brief due to the nature of this meeting, but would be happy to answer, any of the questions that you're referencing that were brought up in the PERC committee. I did have a chance to go back to some folks within our company and get some answers on some things that I was not able to speak on during that meeting. So happy to answer those if you've got specific questions.
Sure. Commissioner Littlejohn, I won't take up all of the questions, but I'll at least ask maybe one or two. Regarding the LED or Energy Star component, I know that one of the board members mentioned that since the other previous projects, you guys did mention precedent, that, in terms of the sales tax abatement, that was given on those other two projects. But since then, we've transitioned and wanted to implement more of sustainability into a lot of the features in the buildings that are in town, as well as equity has become, we re-emphasized a lot of components on that. So just speaking to the sustainability piece, I did notice that it wasn't really addressed in the previous application before the board, and not here either. I was wondering if you had any further information on that.
I've got some information, but to be quite frank, this is not a LEED certified or I guess maybe what some would consider a sustainable design. And quite frankly, it probably would make the project unfeasible. I will say, though, I spoke with our architect. This facility will have quite a bit of a lighting energy efficiency compared to other facilities that we've done in the past. Which means, less lighting, less, I guess, energy being used and more natural light. So that's a plus. We will be using energy efficient appliances in all the apartments and in our commercial kitchen area. And then we will, as I mentioned, I think during the PERC committee, the project does have 2 exterior courtyards that will feature native landscaping to the area as well.
Thank you for that. Like I said, I have a feeling there will be other questions, so I just wanted to just ask you the one just for now. Thank you for those answers.
Thank you.
Mayor Shipley, any other questions from commissioners? Go ahead, dear.
Oh, okay. I think Lisa was gonna.
I'm sorry, I can't see all of you at the same time. I apologize.
I think Commissioner Larson was, or Vice Mayor Larson.
Vice Mayor, please.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor Larson here. Nick, you kind of expound a little bit on the environmental sustainability aspect of the project. You made some statements during the PERC meeting that kind of caught me by surprise, and something I'm having a hard time getting past and understanding a little bit more. When asked about environmental sustainability and the fact that nothing had been completed on your application in that regard, your statement, and I quote, was that, with the current construction market and the cost increases, this is not something that we focus on in our facilities. And I was really taken aback by that comment, and that's a quote from you. Now, you did go on to say that your focus is more outdoor space, more green space, private porches and so forth, which is good, which is really good. So just to get a better understanding of our community values and what we've gone through in order to implement more environmental sustainability within our community, we've got a pretty significant history in the past few years to ensure that we have that within our policy documents as well as some of our ordinances. And when you talk about not wanting to be go LEED certified, I understand that it's very expensive to actually get that certification, and we don't require that. We just, what we like to see is that you do LEED, what we call LEED equivalent. And I believe that's even within the application itself. And also when you implement these types of energy efficient programs within a building situation, a new structure, you actually save money in the long run on energy costs. So I'm kind of surprised to hear you say that with the cost increases that this would be something that would be negative for your company, because energy efficiency actually saves you money in the long run. And just to give you a little understanding of what our community's gone through, it all starts with our document, our Plan 2040. I don't know if you had a chance to read through that, but in 2019, we passed that. And that was like a 4-year process where we had over 50 community meetings to discuss what is our plan up through 2040. And it had a strong sense in that environmental sustainability was extremely important to our community members. And then in 2020, we had an economic development assessment done of our community. And the thread through that was how important environmental sustainability is to the values of our community. And then also in 2020, I believe is when we passed the ordinance that the commissioners committed to being carbon neutral by 2035, I think it was. And then in 2021, we developed our strategic plan, which essentially is the thread that brings all these documents together and all these community values together to implement the environmental sustainability that our community values very highly. So I was just very surprised to hear what you said, some of the statements you made during the PERC meeting, and didn't know if you want to talk more about that or what. And then also something else that you had indicated in there that during that meeting was that that you had indicated that the project, you couldn't say that the project wouldn't be built if you didn't get the IRB. So I was wondering if you could talk about that a little bit more.
Yeah, sure. Thank you for those questions. I'll start with the energy efficiency and the sustainable design. So I guess first and foremost, our number one concern is always our residents and our seniors. And so with the challenges that we've seen, obviously with the construction costs, like you mentioned, they can be, quite cost prohibitive to implement some of those LEED certified designs. And so that's the route that we chose in order to, especially in this crazy construction pricing market, to make the project more affordable. But we do provide a lot of outdoor amenity spaces that our residents love, and that we think sort of makes up for that in a way. Those outdoor exterior courtyards with the native plantings, each resident having their own private porch and exterior outdoor space. But as I mentioned, with the operating costs kind of doubling on top of the construction costs in the senior living industry, our main focus is providing a feasible project to where we'll be able to provide the best care possible for the seniors. So that is a good point. There probably are ways where we could maybe make some tweaks and provide some more energy efficient maybe systems or more appliances within the building to lower operating costs on the utility and energy efficiency side. But the main driver of the feasibility of these projects is the staffing and the care that gets brought into these facilities. And so, with those costs going up, it sort of eats away at all that opportunity to implement some of those other things. And so that's just a challenge, quite frankly, that we're facing, and it's difficult to overcome. In terms of the project, whether it would get built or not, I kind of mentioned this during my presentation, but we're still finalizing the design of this project with both our civil engineer and architect. The civil engineering side is quite a bit of the ways baked, but the architectural set and that the engineering, civil engineering, have not gone out to bid to the market yet. So just what we've seen over the past 6 months with the 15% increase over 15% increase on similar size projects and very similar in design as well. It's just hard for me to say at this point, when we go to market in say April and say, hey, let's bid this project out and see what the numbers come in. Just with what's been happening lately, it's tough to say if this exemption could move the needle or not, but it very well could. And every little bit counts at this point when we're just seeing costs go up substantially in such short periods of time. It very well could be that the construction sales tax could be the piece to get it over the edge. So.
This is Commissioner Sellers, and this might be a question for Brett, just as a point of clarification and information. The Cedarhurst project is requesting IRB. Our Catalyst program is what deals with tax abatements, which doesn't have the lead certification, but it has the lead guidance to it. But we don't have that lead guidance connected to any type of IRB request. Is that correct?
That is, excuse me, Commissioner, this is Britt Crumcano, Economic Development Director. Yes, the only tie in the policy right now is sustainability is one of several considerations of which for eligibility. And when at least one, you need at least one of those considerations to be eligible. So I think, let's see, this is section 2.5.1 in the policy. In considering whether to approve an application for an IRB, the governing body shall determine if the proposed project achieves one or more of the following public benefits. There's several things listed. The project does promote infill, so it does meet at least one, and it does provide other benefits to the city. So it does meet at least one of those. The requirement for sustainability is the project incorporates environmentally sustainability elements into the design and operation of the facility. There is no requirements for LEED certification or any type of certification or even LEED equivalency. That has to do with the property tax abatement level that's given via the Catalyst program.
This is Commissioner Sellers. Thank you, Brent. So just for tax abatement, so like TDD, CID, TIF, IRBs don't have that. Just for my sake of knowledge, it's only
Right.
tax abatement for that lookalike or alignment or certification. But CIDs, TIFs, TDDs, all the acronyms that people don't know that are writing down to Google, those are not part of that LEED piece.
Well, without checking the policy, I can't verify in everything, but it's certainly not for the IRBs. It comes to play with the property tax abatement. And just for clarification, an IRB can be used both for a sales tax exemption as well as a property tax abatement. And then if that's the case, it has to meet the qualifications of both policies. But
Okay.
this is an IRB sales tax exemption.
For the sales tax.
Exactly, yes.
This is Commissioner Sellers. Thank you for that clarification.
Mayor Shipley, any further questions from commissioners before we move on to public comment? Not seeing any. Sherry, is there anyone there in the room who would like to speak to this item?
No, there's not, Mayor.
Do you see, sorry, Mayor Shipley, is there anyone there on the line that you see?
Yes, Chris Flowers.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers, and a question I would like, well, I was just wondering, what kind of jobs what kind of pay will any jobs be that are created by this? I don't know. I'm kind of suspicious about this one getting money. Like what? I'm just having trouble seeing what the benefit is. That if what do we lose if this thing doesn't get built? Where I work, we currently are having trouble hiring people. So these better be really good jobs that if we're going to be given tax breaks to, or maybe, and the other thing I was wondering, like if someone builds an apartment complex, we do give tax breaks if they set aside enough units for affordable housing. Like, is there anything when it comes to senior citizen living places, like is there something equivalent where like if they agree to take in a certain amount of low income families? Or I mean, I don't know the full details on this. Like I don't know if I don't know if this is one where you have to have money to live in, because if it is, I'd be okay if it got incentives if they were taking in low income ones, similar to how apartment complexes, when we give tax breaks, if they set aside so many for affordable housing. So that'd be a benefit I'd be okay with. And also when it comes to like other similar places getting a tax break in the past, I'd just like to point out in the past, we've had Mike Amix and Stuart Boley. And my nickname for Stuart Boley was Tax Break Boley, because he was giving out tax breaks to a lot of to things I wouldn't have. So I just want to throw that out there, that you shouldn't be, you are a different commission, and some of the commissioners in the past, I'm glad they're gone, and I wouldn't want them, voting on tax breaks. So thank you.
Thanks, Chris. I'll go ahead and answer the jobs portion. Well, I guess first and foremost,
no. Sorry, Nick. We
right.
let everyone do their comments, and then you just write them down, and then to answer them at the end if you
gotcha.
don't mind. You'll get it. I'll give you time. Don't worry.
Okay.
Let me check with Sherry here. Sherry, is there anyone else who wants to do comment?
No, there's not, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Nick, go right ahead.
Okay. I guess first off, no, Chris, this is not an affordable project. The rates that seniors will be paying are almost identical to other senior living facilities in town. For example, Pioneer Ridge, Newman House, Monterey Village, and several others. But it is not a low income or like a tax credit project or anything like that. And then in terms of the jobs, as Britt mentioned, we've built similar facilities like this throughout the Midwest, and they typically create around 50 jobs. Usually 60% are full-time, and the other portion are part-time. I will say every position, sorry, I'm just looking at my HR stuff. Every position will have a competitive benefit package, including medical insurance coverage, life insurance, long-term disability coverage, and a 401k plan with company match. And then just to give you an idea on the types of jobs that this project would be bringing to Lawrence, usually one of these facilities will have a few executive level folks and administrators that oversee both sort of the property management and then the operations of the facility. Then working your way down, you have nursing directors and medical staff that kind of oversee the care that goes on. And then you have your care providers who could be RNs, LPNs, RAs. So we're kind of all over the spectrum in terms of levels of nurses. And then we also will have a commercial kitchen that will feed the residents, and that will provide a dining director position with a kitchen staff underneath them. And then there's also maintenance staff, typically 1 to 2 maintenance workers who will oversee the facilities. and then housekeeping, and then just some other administrative concierge, a bus driver. And so the wages range quite a bit, from starting in the six figures all the way down to, high school part-time jobs that are paying, 12, 14 bucks an hour. And I think Britt mentioned the average salary when you combine all that up is about 44,000, Britt?
Yeah, I think it was almost 43,000.
Mayor, could I say something? This is Vice Mayor Larson. When you say the average salaries, what's the median salary?
Well, I did not do the median because I ran the cost benefit analysis, which looks at the weighted average, and that's the data I pulled. I don't know, Nick, if you have that.
I don't have that. I'm sorry. I could get back to you on that, but I don't think I have that handy.
This is Commissioner Littlejohn. I apologize, Vice Mayor Larson. If you don't mind, I'd like to jump in as well. I know earlier in the PERC meeting, you'd spoken to, high concern to a lot of us as well, making sure that if this is going to be in town, that it would employ a lot of people who work in town. How successful has that been in Topeka in terms of local workforce employment? I know you alluded to it, but I didn't really get a specific answer on that. I was just wondering as well.
Yeah, so sorry to clarify. So that Topeka project has not opened yet, but we do have projects that are operational in the Kansas City area. One in Blue Springs, Missouri, one in Independence. But typically, I guess what you're asking, are we going to be pulling from Lawrence? Okay, the answer is yes. Yeah, absolutely. So typically 6 months out before the community would open, we would typically try to hire someone locally to sort of kick things off, an executive director and then a sales director. And they would be, obviously leasing the building with local Lawrence residents, but they would also be driving the hiring for folks locally. And honestly, it's a benefit to have folks locally being brought on during the onboarding process, just due to the nuances in senior housing in each respective state and municipality. We're definitely wanting to pull from the city of Lawrence, not just to, pull on their locale or I guess local knowledge, but also because they're probably experienced in the both the nursing side of things and then experience with state licensure and whatnot. So we absolutely will be hiring. I would say the majority of the folks working the facility will be from Lawrence, if not all of them.
And in addition to that, in terms of the construction side, I just want to, more clarification on the concerted effort to go ahead and make sure, because we have quite a few unions and trades here in town, that if something is going to be built like that in town, I would really, really hope that they would be one of the first options that you would
absolutely
for that sort of thing.
Yeah, absolutely. We always look to use local subcontractors, just due to the efficiencies and obviously want to make sure we're working with all the players in town. So.
Mayor Shipley, other comments or discussion?
This is Commissioner Sellers. I did have a couple of I guess if we're on comments, just like Commissioner Littlejohn and others, I did review the PERC meeting and kind of came out of that meeting a bit conflicted. But also, I think having today's presentation helped to shed a little bit of light on some things, perhaps not necessarily germane to the request of IRBs, but just to the impact. And I know Brett landed on this on several pieces as it relates to 2040 and its impact on our community, as it relates to infill, diversifying our tax base, as well as the prospects of individuals aging in place that is comparable to something that's familiar to them. And so, looking at the one of the slides that Mr. Dwyer had, I did see, in regards to the FTEs, and when you're looking at those executive and professional levels, that drives that average income of $43,000 a year, where, that group is probably seeing somewhere a little bit higher than that, and they're averaging about a $40 an hour salary. And then, of course, where the bulk of your FTEs are going to come is in those, I would say, allied sublevel, your LPNs, your RNs, your MAs, your med aids, your CNAs, cooks, and everything, which gets us around that $15.50. So livable, but I'd say livable light. So I am looking at that. Talking about job and workforce, again, this project caters to a population that is growing in Lawrence. And that growth and having facilities such as Cedarhurst, like Newmont House and Pioneer Ridge and others, it requires a workforce that's not growing right now. I have a sister that who is a nurse who works in, this field, and the current pandemic has taken a toll, so it's going to take a lot of work. It's not a guarantee that we have the workforce here in Lawrence to cover this. So we may be pulling people and competing with Topeka. We may be pulling people from Baldwin, DeSoto, Ottawa, heck, even Johnson County, if that. So, there's that to consider as well. I'm appreciative that there's a benefits package that, most of these positions and facilities as such don't offer great benefit packages. Oftentimes the insurance is subpar and people are better off getting insurance on the marketplace because they're paying more than 8% of their take-home salary for insurance. So, that's something to think about. But I think this project, to a point that Mr. Flowers raised, but it's also an educational point. This is, a private company. And so this is for individuals that are not necessarily dependent on Social Security, Medicaid, or Medicare, or not live there. That's not the population for this particular property. That's not good. It's not bad. It's not indifferent. It is what it is. And so, we need to take that as a separate conversation. And I think, what's being proposed fits within the parameters of an IRB. I just hope that as things start to progress in our community, as we talk about aging in place and providing opportunities for low-income individuals to have permanent low-income affordable housing, that we see those projects as well, and we give them the care and consideration that we're giving this project this evening.
Commissioner Finkler, I guess I would just, jump in. I do think, I'd say a couple things, big picture, then come back, more specifically. But, big picture, when, people talk about companies getting tax breaks, or, these are the type of companies we want to have tax breaks. And we're talking about an IRB sales tax here. After they pay the bonding fee, we're talking about $170,000, $160,000. $54,000 from the city of Lawrence, $16,000 from the county, and $160,000 from the state. It only gets paid if the project gets built. If they actually build the project and use the sales taxes, and buy the stuff, only then does it actually get collected. And if this project is built, it takes us and the county about 2.5 months to recoup of property tax only, not counting anything else that's generated from the project. But from pure property taxes, it takes us about 2.5 months of having that paid back. So, from a pure numbers point of view, if this piece, someone could say, well, yeah, but one day someone will build on this property, that maybe it's not them, someone else will build on it, and we'll eventually get that property tax. Well, every 2.5 months it takes for something to be built there, we'd be paying ourselves back. So the quicker this project is built, the sooner we start collecting something, in this case, about $193,000 a year. So to me, the bulk of this, it's a little over, the bulk of this is $230,000, $160,000 of which comes from the state. And the state authorizes this program because they know they'll make, under those same calculations, they'll make about $230,000 a year in property tax off this project. So again, they'll pay back in their first year as well. So that's why the state allows us to give these IOBs. To me, on a purely dollar and cents, this makes good sense. It's something that there's no risk. It's not like we give them money and never get paid back. They only get this sales tax exemption if they actually build the project. And at that point, we know we'll be paid back in about 2.5 months. And then I would add on top of that, all the things that Britt mentioned on an infill property in a good location that's been vacant for a long time. I was on the Planning Commission 15 years ago, at least 15 years ago, when Barrow Farms was created. And, the estimate was Barrow Farms would be full within the first year it was built. And here we are 15 years later, and we still have an empty lot there. And so, anything we can do to encourage, especially something as light as this, to get this project built, I think it's a good use of that. Finally, I would say we did, Theater Lawrence is in that location. And of course, it does not pay any taxes as a nonprofit. But we wanted, people around that facility to use it, and having another facility in that neighborhood, I think helps a local nonprofit to have residents close by. So to me, it's something I can support fairly easily. If they were asking for a property tax abatement, if they were asking for us to do other things, well, certainly then, as Commissioner Sellers pointed out, we would have more requirements on them. And so anyway, I think it's something I can support. Thanks.
Mayor Shipley, I might break in here. Thank you, Commissioner Finkeldye. It is always helpful to have your perspective. Where I would maybe point out, though, is that we're not telling them they can't build. The free market is what the free market is. And they were quite clear that this is a lucrative business all across the Midwest, or they wouldn't do it. If the market bears it, of course, they're welcome to build it. And with my full support, assuming it can get through planning and all, just like anything else. The question is, does this incentive actually make a difference in their using it? And then does any of the project comport with our other values? I think Vice Mayor Larson just explained the last few years of our strategic planning, our comprehensive planning, fantastically with a bow. There's a number of things here that I don't know that I would incentivize. Mr. Dwyer even said this is not a sustainable design. For example, well, they have yards, that's great. That's the kind of life that a certain generation might be used to. But one of the reasons that we invest so heavily in our parks and rec, which is a considerable amount of money, is so that we can share that space and increase density by using that green space. So it doesn't really comport with our values in that way. I'm glad Commissioner Sellers brought up aging in place. Aging in place means aging in place. You don't move to another facility, you stay in your home. And we do things to facilitate that. So, if our Plan 2040 spells out aging in place, then building places that don't facilitate that is not a priority for us. I think there's some real questions about whether that would actually happen, since Lawrence routinely attracts people to retire here, whether that would actually free up the housing stock that we think it might. Another issue is, yeah, there's a cost benefit analysis for the school district and the county, but it won't add children. And we've recently had a real discussion about the need for children to enroll. So it may indeed expand or may indeed build something for people to live in, but it won't do anything for the school district in terms of enrollment. And as we know, we need housing stock of every kind. So I have a hard time believing that something wouldn't be built there that has people in it of any age. So that's also not a huge incentive for me. And of course, the argument that it's happened in the past is not working on me at all. We're a totally different group. That was a totally different city in a lot of ways. After COVID, a lot of things have changed, including, as many have pointed out, the workforce and the job market. Indeed, you don't have to be LEED certified to get this incentive. But as Vice Mayor Larson has pointed out, it is actually not a very high bar, especially since we don't require you to pay for the LEED certification, simply be equivalent. So those are several, but probably not all of the reasons I don't see this as qualifying for incentives.
This is Vice Mayor Larson, and I do want to start out. There's a lot about this project I really like, Nick. I think that it hits a lot of the marks that Britt talked about. As far as our community goes, where I'm having a really difficult time after watching the PERC meeting, and again, the questions that were answered tonight is this the idea of the environmental sustainability? And I know that there's aspects to this that do meet that bar, and infill is something we've really concentrated on. I'm concerned about what it seems like an attitude about environmental sustainability, how important it is to our community. And then also, again, with some of the statements you made regarding whether or not, they would really need this in order to build this. And so, again, I really like the project. I would like for it to be built here, but I'm going to vote no on this. I did want to add that my history on voting for various tax breaks is pretty strong. I've been voted yes on numerous projects. I can't even think the last one I didn't vote on. So this was I feel like it's a departure for me, but I have some pretty strong feelings about what's kind of come to pass on it.
This is Commissioner Sellers, just as another point of information. As a new commissioner, I'm still claiming that. And this question is for Brent. Brent, again, the IRB, this project hits certain criteria. While sustainability is one of those criteria, but it has to hit a certain number of criteria. It doesn't necessarily mean that sustainability is a definite one that it has to hit.
That is correct, according to policy.
Correct, according to policy. Thank you.
Mayor Shipley, Commissioner Littlejohn, how are you? I'm cogitating here.
That's an appropriate word, Commissioner Littlejohn. I like, as Vice Mayor Larson said, I like a lot of aspects of this project, but and as Commissioner Sellers said, it does follow the letter of the law, so to speak. But I would, to go ahead and have no reservations about it. I would love if they would, make it that concerted effort to be energy efficient, or include that, or make that concerted effort to to make sure that they are upholding and, adhering to some of the ideals that we put forth over the last couple of years, especially regarding the strategic plan and things of that sort. But it does follow the letter of the law, so that's kind of where I am ambivalent. I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. Mayor Shipley, I guess to that point, I do recall one commissioner at PERC pointing out that residential projects do not qualify for IRBs. And I just want to quote what Mr. Dwyer said here tonight. He said it is a residential type facility, not like a home, which would to me distinguish it from a hospital or a congregate medical type facility. That was a little bit of a conversation they had. And I do know, I want to give Britt a second here because I know she did respond to that commissioner. But that is another reason that I feel justified in not considering this kind of thing. But I want to give Britt a moment to respond.
Yes, Mayor Shipley, this is Britt Krumkino, Economic Development Director. A couple of things, again, going back to the policy if I can, a couple of things to clarify. Let me see if I can get to that section here. Basically, within our a couple of things. First of all, this project staff thought was very different from a residential project due to the nature of services provided, including the skilled medical care and the specific needs of seniors living within the facility. In fact, when I went to the county appraiser, he couldn't appraise it as he would a normal residential. He had to get additional information from the applicant because of all the specialized equipment and the way it would have to be constructed to support those types of things. The other thing is section 2.5.5 does specifically call out support for senior living residential facilities. The city may consider the issuance of IRBs for proposed projects that are primarily residential in nature if the primary purpose of the proposed project is to provide affordable housing, multifamily dwellings, senior living, or mixed-use development. So I did want to kind of clarify that is the exact wording in the policy. Does that help?
Mayor Shipley, any further comments or motions?
This is Commissioner Sellers. I move that we approve resolution of intent number 7413, authorizing industrial revenue bond financing for Dover Construction LLC for the purpose of accessing a sales tax exemption on project construction materials for the Cedarhurst Assisted Living and Memory Care Facility to be located at 4450 Bower Farm Drive in Lawrence, Kansas.
Commissioner Finkeldine, second.
Mayor Shipley, I have a first and a second. Commissioner Sellers?
Aye.
Commissioner Finkeldine?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Larson?
Nay.
Commissioner Littlejohn?
Aye.
Commissioner Shipley, nay. That passes 3-2. Hold on, let's make sure we did everything they need here. Yep. It's 8, so I do want to give everyone a comfort break. We've been here since 5:45. Is 10 minutes enough for everyone? I see a thumbs up. Okay, let me look here, Sherry, so that I can tell you actually, let's do, let's see, 7, sorry. Let's do 8:05. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
We're here.
Okay, I don't know where
We're
you went.
ready.
Okay, all right, yeah, we got a few seconds here. Again, depending on which device I look at.
I'm buying Mayor Shipley a anatomical watch.
Every device I have is an Apple device. I have no idea why one of them is not with the program. I have no idea. All right, I think we're good here. We started recording. I don't want to get too far along. Yep, there we are. Okay. Mayor Courtney Shipley, returning to our meeting for March 22nd, 2022. We need to take roll. Vice Mayor Larson.
Here.
Commissioner Fingeldye.
Here.
Commissioner Littlejohn.
Here.
Commissioner Sellers.
Present.
Mayor Shipley also here. Let's go ahead and move on to item number 2. Yep, that's right. Consider authorizing the city manager to enter into an hourly rate service agreement not to exceed $14,500 with Gould Evans.
Good evening, Commissioners. Mark Hecker, Assistant Director, Parks and Recreation. At the March 1st meeting, the Commission voted to extend the temporary parklet program downtown until the August 12th, and then asked staff to come back with a proposal, scope and fee proposal with an architectural firm to develop a long-range program. The agenda item tonight is that scope and fee proposal. It's with Gould Evans Architects. Basically, they'll be tasked with meeting with city staff, making sure we're hitting the marks on all the city codes, looking at other communities, coming up with a set of design standards, also working on fees, and then really doing a lot of work with the stakeholder groups downtown. So that's everywhere, everything from food and beverage operations to retail operations to other businesses. And I think that'll probably be most of their work, quite honestly. There's some pretty good models for, what a parklet should probably look like. The fee thing will be something we're gonna have to work on and probably discuss quite a bit. But the goal is to have them walk us through the process and then bring a proposal back to the City Commission that's hopefully been vetted through various stakeholder groups. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Mayor Shipley, is there anyone with Gould Evans here? Do you know?
I do not see them.
Yeah, so many people tonight. I can't tell. Okay, just wanted to check. Is there any other questions for Mark Hecker?
Commissioner Finkel, I only would say I had a few questions about the definition of the groups, and then the amendment that came out late today kind of answered that for me. So I appreciated that update and clarification. And to say that if people didn't see the latest update, they can look at that. It's just slightly different. It came out late this afternoon.
Mayor Shipley, any other questions? Not seeing anything. Let's go ahead and do public comment. Sherry, can you see if there's someone there in the room?
There's no one left here in the commission room, and as of yet, no one has indicated on Zoom that they have comment on this item. Yeah, I'm not seeing anyone.
Really? Sorry, Mayor Shipley. All these people, they might have something to say. Anybody for sure? And no one out there is interested in speaking to this item? Okay. Oh.
Well, we had a hand up and then it went down.
Oh,
no, Mayor, there's no comments.
All right. Let's, thank you both. Let's, Mayor Shipley, bring this back to the commission for any comments.
or questions, further discussion?
Commissioner Finkel, I'd only say, I think several of us wanted to see this just to make sure it was covering the grounds and talking to the people that we wanted to see, and appreciate the staff on that. I know normally a $14,000 contract would not necessarily come back to the commission, but I do think it's important to make sure we're covering our bases and talking to the right people, and before this comes back to us. So I appreciate seeing it, and it certainly answered my questions, and I look forward to the process being completed.
Any other comments?
This is Commissioner Sellers. I echo Commissioner Finkelduy's sentiments. I think in our March 1st meeting, we had quite a bit of conversation around scopes. I don't know if we need to belabor that again. And it's a recorded meeting, so I do believe Gould Evans can go back and watch that to get a lot of the gist of it. But yes, we received it. I'm satisfied with the route that it's going, and we just, again, need to let the process take its course, and we'll get the product when we get it.
Mayor Shipley, I'm gonna go ahead and say stuff. I recall a couple of items with other contractors or vendors that were something in the range of $30,000 for public engagement. So I am personally appreciative that we have a local vendor who is probably more aware of all the stakeholders than others might be, and they're willing to do this work so affordably. And so I know there are no one's here from Gould Evans, but I'm personally appreciative that they're willing to do this work, I presume, because they care a great deal about their community. And thank you to Parks and Rec for knowing what, for being focused on the strategic plan and knowing all the ways that these things are changing on the ground. So I really appreciate that. With that, are there any motions?
I would move to approve. Do you want me to go ahead and read the whole thing? Or move to approve and regarding approve the I'm looking at the wrong one. Authorize the city manager to enter into an hourly rate service agreement not to exceed $14,500 with Gould Evans Associates LC for the development of a permanent parklet program in downtown Lawrence.
Commissioner Finkel, second.
Mayor Shipley, I hear a first and a second. Commissioner Littlejohn?
Aye.
Commissioner Finkel-Dye?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Larson?
Aye.
Commissioner Sellers?
Aye.
Oh, sorry. Mayor Shipley, aye. Sherry, that passes 5-0. Let's go ahead and move on to item number 3, receive presentation from the Lawrence Community Shelter. Consider approving the 2022 Homeless and Housing Initiatives funding proposal.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Danny Walters with the Planning and Development Services Department. Before you this evening is the return of the Lawrence Community Shelter Agreement for use of city general funds. This item first was brought to the Commission on February 15th, and at that time, the Commission had asked staff to really look at the agreement and have it more accurately reflect the work that LCS was proposing to undertake with the funding. The initial agreement presented on the 15th was a duplicate of the 2021 funding agreement. So what we did was we took a look at the Burt Nash agreement that we put forth on February 15th and saw that it brought out a lot more detail. So we added a scope of work to the LCS agreement and also the proposal that was submitted by them for the work that they're going to do. The other significant change is the disbursement of the funding. So this agreement outlines the disbursement as half upon the City Commission approval this evening, and the second half would also require City Commission approval in September. LCS would be required to submit a report to staff by August 31st, and it will be followed by an update presented to the City Commission in September. If the Commission is in agreement that the progress has been satisfactory, then the second half of the funding could be released to them at that time. For the item this evening, staff has asked LCS to do a brief overview of their services and how their services are fitting into the housing-focused shelter model that they're proposing. Melissa Botts and Lacey Rowe will be leading us through that update this evening. So based on the conversation that we have this evening, staff will be adding some targeted performance outcome metrics to the report that would be due in August. So as the commission hears the presentation and has any applicable discussion, if specific items should be added to that reporting tool, please let me know, and I will make sure that those are added on there for everyone to know. And with that, if there's no questions from commissioners to me at this time, I can turn it over to Melissa and Lacey, and they can go through their presentation, and they'll also be available to answer any questions that you might have specifically for the shelter. And Porter, they will need to share their screen as well.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Can everyone see? All right.
Perfect.
Good evening, City Commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity for us to present our work at the Lawrence Community Shelter. My name is Lacey Rowe, and I'm the Director of Community Engagement for LCS. I'll be giving this presentation tonight together with Melissa Botts, our Interim Executive Director and Director of Programs. We are excited to tell you about our housing-focused shelter and what a positive impact it has already made. For a quick overview, we'll be covering all the same sections listed in our written proposal, beginning with some background about homelessness, then detailing our work done at LCS, and finally discussing data and outcomes. To achieve a better understanding of how homelessness affects our community, we need to consider the context of our local economy and also the broader context of homelessness through national trends. The top chart shows that Lawrence's poverty rate is much higher than that of the county, state, and national averages. The two charts below show that the average Lawrence renter's wage is still well below a living wage, and single parents are especially disadvantaged. We also know that nationally, chronic homelessness is projected to increase by 49% over the next 4 years. In Douglas County, women and people of color are disproportionately affected by homelessness. Having multiple marginalized identities also increases someone's vulnerability to harm. Homelessness causes trauma. When someone loses their housing, their entire life changes. Homelessness increases the risk of violence victimization. Most, if not all, homeless individuals have previously been exposed to high levels of traumatic stress. All effective services for people experiencing homelessness must account for trauma. Traditional approaches to homelessness attempt to address people's trauma first and use housing as a reward for complying with treatment. Such approaches fail because people cannot improve physically or psychologically while they're actively experiencing the trauma of homelessness. These approaches are among the most expensive and least effective. So what's not working? Treatment first models, which require things like sobriety or mental health treatment before being deemed ready for housing, fail to address homelessness as trauma. Another model that does not work is criminalizing trauma behavior and public nuisances that do not pose immediate safety threats. Across the US, an arrest occurs every 3 seconds. 80% of those arrests are for nonviolent conduct that's associated with poverty, homelessness, and mental illness. This type of policing deteriorates relationships between homeless residents and police and pushes people experiencing homelessness out of public spaces. This forces them to the edges of society where they are more vulnerable to violence. So how should we address homelessness? Housing first solutions offer safety, stability, privacy, and dignity. These solutions can reduce chronic homelessness and lead to cost savings for communities by reducing spending on hospitals, jails, police, and social services that only provide Band-Aid solutions. The chart here shows the organizational structure at LCS. In the emergency shelter program, LCS offers beds in a trauma-informed environment as people transition out of homelessness. After someone arrives at LCS, they meet with their in-reach manager first to identify their barriers to housing, such as missing ID for job or housing applications. Then they work with their housing navigator to acquire suitable housing and receive help with the application process. After discharge, a client continues to receive case management from their housing stabilization manager. When people stay housed, when they have stability, they're much less likely to return to the shelter. Other departments at LCS support these direct services. Community engagement includes fundraising, volunteer programming, and building community partnerships. Operations include financial management, kitchen services, and facilities maintenance. HR support boosts staff recruitment, retention, and the provision of training. Barriers to housing can include low income, poor credit, disability, or complex trauma. However, the housing team works with people to overcome these barriers. These stories illustrate the impact of housing-focused shelter. Mary's biggest barrier to housing was accessibility. Having struggled with chronic homelessness, she used a wheelchair and needed a ramp, low countertops, and wide doorways to meet her needs. Her housing navigator spent months searching for an affordable, accessible apartment where she now has independence and real hope for the future. Bob was an older adult with dementia living in poverty. He needed lots of support for his daily care. He lived at LCS for 2 years and suffered from poor hygiene. For months, his in-reach manager worked with several different agencies involved in adult protective services and finally got him enrolled in a suitable nursing home. Bob looks much happier and healthier now in a facility fully equipped to handle his needs. However, this outcome was only possible after the housing team was introduced at LCS. For a full picture of the work at LCS, we'd like to tell you about how we've overcome challenges and how we hope to serve this community in the future. First, I have to say that we overhauled the entire program structure at LCS in order to transition to a housing-focused shelter. This process required a lot of learning and relearning everything about how our shelter works. To top it all off, during this transition, we've had to constantly adapt to the changing context of the pandemic. The old model focused solely on the provision of emergency shelter and basic needs. This was increasingly expensive, achieved little impact with relatively high rates of recidivism, offered no professional training standards for staff, and pushed the limits of capacity by diminishing safety standards. In the past, sleeping mats lined the entire shelter, including the hallways and the dining room. This was never safe, and the old model of sheltering was never designed to be sustainable. Today, LCS uses a housing-first framework to operate a housing-focused shelter. We have developed updated guidelines, training, and new tracking tools. The shelter is now safer and more trauma-informed. The housing team offers critical services for overcoming housing barriers and promoting housing stability, which in turn reduces recidivism rates and delivers lasting impact. With support from donors and volunteers, our staff is more empowered than ever to focus on their work. I'd like to emphasize that housing-focused programs lead to more funding opportunities through federal grants that only apply to housing services. However, any cuts to this programming to increase capacity would effectively shrink available funding streams. While some may think increasing capacity would help address homelessness in the community, this is not a long-term solution and does not slow down the growing population. Instead, it only raises the cost of daily shelter services and moves impoverished residents out of the public eye. Our goal is not just to bring people off the streets. LCS operates 24/7 year-round with the goal of housing people quickly for long-term impact. In contrast, the winter emergency shelter keeps Lawrence residents safe from the elements. In addition to being expensive, increasing capacity also increases risks associated with overcrowding. Diseases spread easily, higher incidents of conflict occur, and the absence of privacy negatively affects mental health over time. Many, if not all, homeless individuals have been exposed to high levels of traumatic stress, and the effects of overcrowding can exacerbate conditions for people struggling with trauma. Additionally, the shelter is not a permanent supportive housing solution for chronically homeless individuals with high acuity needs. Appropriate housing solutions must be made available to meet the housing needs of our community. Reducing the average length of stay at the shelter and housing people also enables us to serve a greater number of people as more exit the shelter into housing. I'd like to share a quote that shows why some people choose to live on the streets over shelter. All I can say is that my fear of the unknown, of what might be waiting for me at that shelter, was worse than my fear of the known risk, of staying out on the street. That was where I was comfortable. I don't want to give the impression that everyone in the shelter is bad, but you have a lot of people with a lot of problems, and so when you cram them all together, you just have one big problem. That's why I'm a big fan of smaller, scattered-sized shelters where people can get more focus on what they need to get help. Burnout is a prolonged response to chronic emotional and interpersonal stressors on the job. Although burnout can be experienced in various professions for various reasons, it is experienced disproportionately high amongst entry-level staff within the homelessness emergency service provider sector. Frontline staff encounter people with diverse trauma backgrounds, which means they need training related to mental health, cultural competency, and trauma-informed care. The addition of a dedicated HR role has already enhanced staff communication, recruitment practices, and the provision of training. Despite this, entry-level frontline staff retention remains challenging due to insufficient funding to provide competitive entry-level wages. Other jobs in the retail sector offer higher pay for a far less stressful work environment. Low barrier shelter benefits from lower staff to client ratios with highly qualified trained staff. In many communities and their shelters, the role of frontline staff is often entry-level and/or low paid in the homeless service system. This needs a rethink. The role of frontline staff is too often undervalued. Melissa will finish the presentation from here.
Thank you, Lacey. Hello, everyone. My name is Melissa Botts. I'm the Interim Executive Director and Director of Shelter Programs for LCS. I'll start by saying that most of the data from 2019 and prior was poorly tracked and based on paper records that could not easily be reviewed for accuracy. Policies and data tracking were confusing, unclear, or unwritten. When I became the Interim Executive Director in late 2021, there was still a lot of work to do and a lot to catch up on. Today, new internal systems will allow improved collaboration, organization, fiscal visibility, compliance, and reporting of funds and all associated data. LCS currently has a team that understands the importance of these standards and is dedicated to seeing them through. In 2021, LCS implemented a 90-day stay shelter model in accordance with best practices. LCS projected that 75% of individuals staying longer than 90 days would be exited into permanent housing. LCS exceeded this goal with 98% of these individuals exited into permanent housing in 2021. People may stay longer than 90 days when awaiting for a lease to start. In 2021, 115 total individuals were placed into permanent housing out of the 422 people served. LCS projected that we would serve 30% of individuals with housing stabilization in the first year of housing-specific funding in 2021 and increase this percentage into 2022. We nearly accomplished this goal with 27% of individuals placed into permanent housing. Despite having a lower capacity, LCS is able to serve a larger number of people as the average length of stay has decreased and new people enter the shelter as others exit to housing. Prior to 2020, any housing assistance that occurred was through informal efforts of staff with no training or outside agencies. Many people were also exited to couch surfing, not stable housing. Here you can see a steep increase in the number of people housed over the last 2 years. LCS also projected to reduce its 2019 average length of stay, which was 89 days. The average length of stay was reduced to 43.1 days through a successful Housing First framework. The recidivism rate for people returning to shelter was also reduced from 35% in 2019 to just 9.3% in 2021. A reduction of 25.7%. If not for the focus on housing and stabilization case management, reducing recidivism to this extent may not have been possible. The outcomes and goals in this proposal directly support and align with 3 of the 5 outcomes listed in the Lawrence Strategic Plan: strong, welcoming neighborhoods, safe and secure, and prosperity and economic security. The work at LCS directly aligns with the strategy to create lasting solutions to connect people to housing to make homelessness a rare, brief, and one-time experience. All frontline staff, especially entry-level staff, must be trained to skillfully support mental, behavioral, and physical well-being of community members. And if we are to ensure greater economic opportunities amongst historically marginalized populations and communities, this should include the whole of the population experiencing homelessness, along with associated stigmas. And many in the population hold intersectional identities based on race, disability, gender, and/or other protected classes. Now that we've made so much progress, LCS has no plans of returning to an ineffective and unsafe shelter model. Trauma-informed design helps lower the levels of stress a person is experiencing, decrease maladaptive coping behaviors, increase feelings of safety, promote healing, and reduce the likelihood of re-traumatization. Stable housing directly impacts health outcomes. Studies show that people experiencing chronic homelessness have a lower life expectancy than others by over 25 years. Housing improves health and saves lives. Based on current local and national trends in poverty and homelessness, housing-focused services are needed now more than ever. Thank you for listening to this update. I'd also like to thank all of our supporters for making this work possible. When we work together with our outstanding staff members, volunteers, and donors, we achieve more. I appreciate our city commissioners' attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Mayor, this is Vice Mayor. I've got a couple of questions. Can you speak a little bit, I mean, you're calling it housing first model versus, and I know the city commission as well as the county commission has actually voted to follow the built for zero model. Could you explain the difference, or if there is any difference between those?
Yeah, no, the built for zero also follows the housing first model, so they align together.
They're the same. Okay.
Yep.
One of your slides, I was wondering if you could go back to, Melissa. It's the one where you had the number of guests versus the number of housed. It was a little graph.
Let me look. Just a second.
No,
is it this one?
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, that was it there. Can you, it looked, because you see on the left-hand side, it says you've housed 98% into permanent housing. That's what I'm reading. But on the right side, when I'm looking at 2021, it looks like you housed only 115, not that that's only, but 115 of the 422. Am I reading those wrong, or?
So the 98% is those staying longer than 90 days. A typical emergency shelter model is a 90-day stay. So those that stay beyond that, we have several outcomes with our grants to where at least 75% of those individuals that stay longer than 90 days should be exited to permanent housing and not the streets.
Okay, that helps out. Then the other question I had, when you say there's 422 guests that you served last year, are those separate individual persons, or were the repeat numbers?
Yes.
Or
those are separate individual persons, both at the emergency winter shelter we did at Econo Lodge and at our main facility.
Okay, thank you. One more question. Can you let me know what the status of the Monarch Village is as to how many it's housed or there is housing now?
Yeah, so we initially opened our family shelter on a pilot program with 2 families that we got housed through that program. Then with the Delta virus variant and with COVID, we put our family program on hold. So we have been using that space for isolation of positive cases. So we've had anywhere between 1 to a couple guests out there. We're also using it. Right now we're kind of exploring other ways. This is going to be, a continued conversation with leadership and with our board on how we can best utilize Monarch Village. Now that we're hopefully seeing a decline in COVID. So we're also exploring different ways of using it with, clients and testing out almost a transitional living program to where we could have clients, learn life skills and stuff they need before those higher acuity clients, before they maybe find housing. We also have guests that maybe have higher medical needs. We had a client with a wound vac or somebody that was getting some in-home medical care a couple days a week that we put out there, maybe somebody that's immunocompromised. So we're exploring ways, and we are using a couple of the units. We've also had several maintenance issues out there. We've had pipes burst, we've had trouble with the temperatures. So, we're also working out on how we can best use that facility with, the maintenance issues that we're experiencing as well. I think you're muted, Vice Mayor Larson.
I can't see. Okay, there we go. Yeah, thank you very much. That's all I had. Sorry.
Mayor Shipley, other questions?
Commissioner Finkel, a few questions. And thank you for the presentation. Thanks for what you're doing. Obviously, as Commissioner Lawson mentioned, and as you know, we've committed as a county and as a city, to the Housing First, Built for Zero model. And I know there's been a lot of work going into that amongst many of the organizations, many of which we fund and others fund. How is your operation integrated with that and worked with those entities in getting people housed from the shelter?
Yeah, absolutely. So LCS has not been involved as much with Built for Zero. That's something that we need to get involved in. But we do work with other agencies on housing. We attend the coordinated entry system meetings each week, or they're every other week. And then also every other week we attend a Douglas County Care Coordination meeting as well, where we discuss kind of harder cases and different client housing options. And so we're involved in that. We've worked with the Housing Authority with vouchers. We're also working, with Bert Nash with Family Promise. We've helped Family Promise in housing a couple clients recently. We've also been working more with, the United Way and having some meetings with them. We've worked with Housing Stabilization Collaborative and Catholic Charities on some prevention. We'd like to get more, hopefully seek more funding at some point for prevention funding so we can keep people housed and prevent them from becoming homeless in the first place. So yeah, we've been working with a lot of community partners, and I think that we can only continue to strengthen that relationship.
Commissioner Finkelstein, thank you for that. Do you, besides the voucher program with the Housing Authority, do any of those organizations help you house your people, or do you house them all yourself in the permanent housing?
Yeah, Melissa Botts, LCS. We're housing them all right now with our rapid rehousing funds. So we're doing the housing. We have housing navigators in-house and housing stabilization case managers that work on that.
Commissioner Finkelstein, and I know you have some grants for that. Two questions related to the grants. When do those rapid rehousing funds have to be spent by? And two, are some of those funds being used to pay the navigators, or is that separate from is the grants, or those just purely rehousing dollars?
Melissa Botts, LCS. We are the rapid rehousing funds end in June. We did get awarded money for 2022. We got significantly less funding for that, and it's not because we did anything wrong or there was anything that happened. We just are experiencing a lot less funding coming in, when we originally had a lot of COVID funding. So we have specific CV COVID funding with that as well. That's why we have an influx of that funding at the moment. But that ends in June, and yes, our housing navigator's salary is covered with that. Our housing stabilization case manager, their salary is covered by a different, the CDBG community block grant. And
Commissioner Finkelstein, thank you for that. And I know you and I've had some conversations offline, but you used the term tonight, housing focused shelter. And when I look at, national information, go to national conferences and stuff, I've heard that term before. So do you not consider yourself an emergency shelter as defined, as the interagency coalition on housing uses that term as an emergency shelter? Do you not consider yourself that anymore?
I would still consider us an emergency shelter with just a housing focused framework as an evidence-based best practice.
And Commissioner Finkelstein, last question. I know you're aware of the 2019 report that came out from SS&C and Erica Dvorsky, that was implemented, that and both the city and the county increased their funding for that implementation. And, some point after that, the model started to change. And I think you said tonight you don't really want to go back to the old model. Is that what you're saying? You don't want to go back to what was discussed back in 2019 and that kind of emergency model?
Melissa Botts, LCS. In reference to what we don't want to go back to, we don't want to go back to an overcrowded shelter where we, again, where disease and conflict and, we don't even have the sleeping space for that many people. So we just want to make sure that we're doing things with safety in mind for our clients, first and foremost, clients and staff. So.
Commissioner Winkler, thank you for that. I wholeheartedly agree. Thank you.
This is Commissioner Sellers. This question is for Lacey. In the slides that you presented on, I didn't catch what you said, but it was something in regards to supportive housing. Could you go back to those comments? I mean, you were talking so quickly, I didn't catch it.
I'm sharing my screen again so I can pull up the slides you're referring to.
Because that PowerPoint wasn't I didn't see that as part of our packet, so.
I think it just got recently added to the agenda. I think Danny added it just recently when we sent it to her. Were you thinking of this slide?
Yeah. It was just something you said, you just kind of glossed over supportive housing, and I wasn't sure.
Permanent supportive housing. If you look at if you look at that graph kind of on the lower left there on the side, it shows how when you increase permanent supportive housing that's available in a community, your chronic homeless population decreases. And so those have an inverted relationship. Permanent supportive housing, and Melissa might also be able to speak a little more to this, permanent supportive housing is considered the most appropriate solution for people that experience chronic homelessness, long-term homelessness, who have higher acuity needs, more complex trauma. And you can see that kind of in the little infographic as well, that for long-term chronic homelessness that's due to trauma related to being a veteran, disability, mental health, and substance use, the recommended solution is permanent supportive housing. And this is something that also came up, I think, in the Douglas County Interim Needs Report. We don't currently have any permanent supportive housing in our community, but that's something that is identified as a good solution that would help with our chronic homeless population. Yeah. And if Melissa wants to add anything to that, she can.
I think you covered it well, Lacey.
This is Commissioner Sellers. Thank you. I know that there's been some discussion within different groups around what permanent supportive housing would look like, in our community, and working collaboratively on addressing that. So I'm glad you guys brought that up. In the slide that Vice Mayor Larson referenced, and I, again, just because, and it's not necessarily something particular on the slide, it's something that you said, and I wanted to make sure I captured it correctly. When you say number of guests served and number of guests housed, how are you defining housed?
We're defining housed as permanent housing. They're put into actual housing that is their own, and it's stable, and they have case management after that. And Melissa can jump in if she needs to here. But when you look at previous years, 2019 and 2020, in 2019, I think when you look at some of our past annual reports, it showed a higher number of people housed. And when we went and looked at those records, the actual number of people put into actual permanent housing was only about 31, whereas the rest of them were actually exited into couch surfing, which is a form of hidden homelessness. And so we weren't really helping all that many people way back then under the old model when we didn't have these housing services. And as Melissa said, most of the people who did get housed back then, that was either through more informal support from staff who didn't have the housing focused training, or it was through visiting case managers. And then when you look at 2022, or when you look at 2020, we have a larger number of people housed there. However, 52 out of 62 people housed in 2020, that was through some one-time emergency COVID funds, I think. 52 out of 62 were housed because we needed to get our families with children out of that congregate setting as soon as the pandemic started. And so not a whole lot of people housed in 2020 either. 2021, I think it was kind of mid 2021 is when our housing team really got fully established and really started getting everything rolling. When you look at this next slide here, it's kind of reflective of this slide before of the percentage of people housed relative to the total number of people served. And so you can see that that climbs up significantly. First in 2020, when we got that one-time funding to get all of our families with kids housed, and then really climbing up again in 2021 when we're actually implementing our housing focused. So we're really excited about these outcomes and being able to provide more of these housing focused services in the future.
Commissioner Sellers, thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, and Melissa Botts, LCS, oh, sorry, I was gonna just touch on that a little bit. We do have, we did get significantly more housing related funds in 2021. So we had several different funding sources for that. We had Affordable Housing Advisory Board funds. We had some funds from the United Way, and then we had our rapid rehousing funds. So with more access to housing funds, we were able to serve more people. Just to add that on there.
Mayor Shipley, I'm not quite understanding where you're finding units outside of the other partners that we've talked about, other than the Monarch units. So you're saying you permanently housed this 98%. Where did they go?
Melissa Botts, LCS. So they went with private landlords. Our housing team, our housing navigators, work with landlords in the community doing landlord engagement. We also work with our partners at the Housing Authority on landlord engagement. We attend some community landlord engagement meetings where they put out available rental lists. So that's really where the housing team, the housing navigators, and the housing stabilization case managers are key, because they actually go and work with these landlords and advocate for the clients and their barriers, whether they have felonies, or past evictions. It's us going to landlords and explaining our funding, advocating for our clients, and getting them onto their own leases.
This is Commissioner Sellers. So when you're doing that, so funds that you're drawing down then, so someone is, you're getting them, they're in the shelter, you're needing to transition them into permanent housing. So then you're looking to housing authorities list of what they have available, working in the community to find units. And so I assume that then the dollars that you're pulling down for housing services, i.e. vouchers, are being used then to supplement, in most of these cases, are those funds, are you then using funds to help supplement the cost of housing for individuals that are being housed?
Melissa Botts, LCS, yes. We have different programming with the different funding streams. But as for like rapid rehousing, the client, if they have an income, then they would pay 30% of that. Although income doesn't, it's housing first, low barrier. We don't require any income. It's hard to sell it with a landlord when they don't have income, but that's where our advocacy comes into place. So that's where we say, hey, we have this funding stream that allows for this amount of funding. And we explain to the different landlords our different housing policies and procedures and say, we can cover this much funding up to this point. And while we're doing that, our stabilization case managers, that's where they're doing most of the stabilization, helping connect them to jobs, helping connect them to, whatever services they need, whether that be mental health, addiction, whatever their barriers are. So while we're helping pay for the housing funds, they're working on those barriers. And then the goal is to, when they're off of, that assistance, that they'll be self-sustaining, or maybe get on a housing authority voucher, with their long wait lists or something like that. So it's different for every person for the different funding streams, but that's about how it works.
And thank you. And so, Commissioner Sellers, one last question. So if someone comes into LCS and you're identifying them, if, from a collaborative standpoint, if you see that this is a person that could be better served with the housing authority, do you then provide a warm handoff to the housing authority? Or if they're a family that could be better served by Family Promise, are there warm handoffs to partners in the community that are doing where there's some overlap that you can say, we can serve you, but you might be better served here. And so let us pass you to this organization. All right.
Melissa Botts, LCS. Yes, we work collaboratively with all the different agencies, and we identify what funding stream is best for them and their situation. And we also take into account client choice. They have choice in what they do, and we empower them in their own choices. So we can express the different funding streams and the different options and resources available to them. And then at the end of the day, it's their choice, and we lead with that.
Commissioner Littlejohn, I just had a quick question. Before those positions, the stabilization position and the case manager position, how are those people funneled before, or were they, to the respective organizations that might be able to help them?
Melissa Botts, LCS. Before they had their in-reach manager, which is kind of like our case manager. It's a care coordination model. I wasn't there at that time, but we weren't getting a lot of people into housing at that time. Most of the people that we were getting into housing were families through a specific voucher through the housing authority. So the in-reach manager would connect them to services, but we weren't seeing a lot of housing outside of just relying on those other agencies.
Thank you, Melissa. Appreciate it.
Mayor Shipley, any other questions for now before we move to public comment? All right, Sherry, is there anyone there in the room?
No, Mayor.
I see some hands. So Sherry, I'll let you do that.
Is that Megan? Megan?
Yes, hello? Did you say my name?
Yes.
Hello there. Yes, thank you so much for calling on me. So part of my public comment, wonderful speech by both Lacey and Melissa. I enjoyed it very, very much. Some of the things that stood out to me were definitely just how effective LCS has been lately in getting people housed, especially with the budget. And I noticed with those graphs that even though the money has gone down from last year for their funding, they were still able to house more people than from last year. It is definitely my hope that soon LCS will be able to get even more money very soon, because they've proven time and time again that being able to have more money equals being able to house more people in an effective and consistent manner where they are able to get access to the facilities and care and treatment that they need to be able to continue leading happy, healthy lives. I definitely hope that soon in the future LCS will be able to hire more people, or even, as was one comment that was mentioned in Lacey's part of the PowerPoint, that maybe we could even have a second homeless shelter somewhere within Lawrence. I know that currently the Lawrence Community Shelter is sadly very, very much on the outskirts of town, which unfortunately makes it even harder for many of our homeless population to be able to go and access the shelter to get their needs. And even then, when they need something such as a job, it makes it harder for them to access the job, be able to go get there. So I think it'd be wonderful in the future if LCS was able to have enough funding to open up a second shelter. I think that it would sound wonderful to be able to get a lot of different, help out a lot of more people. I truly hope that the partnership between LCS and the City of Lawrence is able to continue to grow, and we're able to continue this wonderful helping people. Thank you so very much for listening to me.
Jenna Growth.
Hi, this is Jenna Growth. I was an AmeriCorps member at Lawrence Community Shelter 2015 to 2016. And this past summer, I returned as a staff member. I'm here on my own time, just talking about how much I've seen this organization grow over the past 5 years. So as Melissa and Lacey were saying, 5 years ago, there were 125 guests. Some of them were sleeping on thin mats on a concrete floor. There were bed bugs. I can't tell you how many meetings we had just talking about the bed bugs, how much wasted time there were for guests, who couldn't get a good night's sleep because, they were itching and scratching and, just weren't in a safe living condition. There were fights, there was increased trauma. It was pretty common for me between when I left my car and when I would get to my office. It was pretty common for me to already get approached by guests just vying for my attention because they felt really unsafe. I think our staff was doing the best that we could, but there was no real guiding philosophy. There was kind of no method.
Sorry, am I the only one who can't hear her, or did she cut out?
You froze up.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Jenna, could you go back just a beat?
Okay. So there was a time when we just had a meeting, back in 2016 and just decided everybody gets the same move out date, which I think was like a month away. And then when that came up, about 2/3 of the guests were exited, about a third weren't. I couldn't really figure out why those third weren't, but they still had that shared trauma of this entire agency just completely changing without really putting any thought process to it. And that's very much different from the 90-day model now. It was just kind of this impulsive choice. Now, when I came back over the summer, I was really impressed. The 90-day stay is evidence-based. People are getting housed. It is cleaner, it is safer. There are no bed bugs. People do have beds. Just this past week, I saw 2 guests that I really care about have gotten housed, and that makes me just really happy. This past week, we also were moving an entire dorm to an entire room full of people to another dorm. And, I do a lot of community engagement, volunteer management. And, I was just checking on some volunteers at that time. I was saying, hey, this is kind of a hectic day for us. I apologize. And, they kind of said things were great. Things were just nice and orderly as they were, learning their new volunteer work. So I'm just really excited how it's looked to be outside of immediate crisis. There's still so much more to be done. And I'm just really excited.
Cecily McKenzie.
Hi, thank you for your time. In 2021, I also served as an AmeriCorps member at LCS, and I got to see firsthand all the great things that they've been doing. As a member of our community, I hope to see us taking steps towards ensuring all our community members are provided a safe and healthy life. For anyone, the loss of their home is a devastating experience. On top of that, individuals experiencing a housing crisis face discrimination and stigmatization for being unhoused. All our community members deserve to be treated with dignity and respect, no matter an individual's housing situation. Our community members who are facing a housing crisis need compassionate, trauma-informed services that effectively address people's needs if we wish to foster trust in social services. Lawrence Community Shelter's Housing First focus and trauma-informed model of care is pivotal to meeting our community members where they are. If the Lawrence City Commission approves the funding for the Lawrence Community Shelter, that would be a step in the right direction. Thank you for your time.
Larissa Amundsen.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Larissa Amundsen, and I am the incoming treasurer of the Lawrence Community Shelter Board. I support the city's funding of the shelter as well as additional planning with government and community organizations in order to develop long-term solutions to our community's homeless population.
I'm off screen now.
In the 2 months I've worked with the shelter leadership, including Melissa, Lacey, and Melanie, I've really been inspired by their passion and work ethic. Combating the homeless problem in our community is more complex than I could have imagined. It requires us to work together as a community to care for one of our most vulnerable populations. As Melissa shared, the shelter is actively working on those partnerships with other organizations in our community. This funding is critical for providing a safe shelter and housing first approach for our community members experiencing homelessness. We hope you support this work by approving this funding. Thank you for your time.
Sophia Nangia.
Sorry, okay. Hi, I just wanted to thank everyone for being here today and Lacey and Melissa for sharing all their insight. I have been working as a direct service advocate for LCS for almost a year now. And before that, I volunteered and interned. And so LCS has a special place in my heart. As a future social worker, seeing what LCS does and the Housing First model is extremely important for the eradication of homelessness, and the care that all of the staff have shown towards the clients and getting them housed. And as me being a direct service advocate, seeing those clients that I interact with on a day-to-day basis and make a rapport with, seeing them housed and seeing them grateful is such a rewarding aspect of my life. And having that funds that the city will give to Lawrence would be a great addition and will really, really help the shelter. And I know those funds will go to great use. So I just want to thank you for letting me talk today.
Ben Gillig.
Hi all, thank you for taking the time for listening, and thank you to Lacey and Melissa for the great presentation. So I have been volunteering off and on at the community shelter for almost 2 years now. I also interned with them this last summer, and I just wanted to echo a lot of the things that have already been said about the great work that I've got to personally see from the community shelter, specifically seeing people moved into permanent housing is just a really awesome experience that I've got to see. And I think the main thing I wanted to highlight was just the hard work of the staff at the community shelter. They really work their tails off over there, and all just for the sake of getting people housed. Many of them are working, the job that requires actually 2 people, but it's going to the work of 1 person, and they're working, extra hours on a weekly basis. And it's obviously not for the money. It's just because they're passionate about what they do. And I think if they were to receive additional funding from the city, that would just go to greater programs at the community shelter, and also greater funding for the staff so they can continue that awesome work, have better training for the staff, and also allow them to retain staff on a more consistent basis. So they're reducing that turnover there. So yeah, thank you all for listening and considering this proposal. And I really hope that you approve the additional funding that's being requested. Thank you.
Dan Zarazin.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. Okay. Well, first, Madam Mayor, Commission, how about that awesome presentation that Lacey and Melissa put together? You know, I've been a volunteer, started volunteering May 2020 at Lawrence Community Shelter. I'm also a bus driver for students, so I provide bus services for our school kiddos in Lawrence, and I'm proud to be a resident. Here's what really struck me when I started volunteering. Everybody's referred to as guests. They're not referred to as homeless people or people in need, and they're treated with such dignity and respect. It's a very professional staff that I've witnessed there. You know, I'm semi-retired, so I've spent a good portion of my life in Fortune 500, Fortune 100 companies, and the professionalism is absolutely astounding, especially during COVID management. They went out of their way to make sure people felt safe and welcome. What I personally witnessed was guests that found a place that was safe. They found help to find employment. They found help to find a new home. They obtained credentials that they might not have had. Some of these people come in there and they don't have a social security card for some reason, or they're missing a birth certificate, or you know, they don't have their driver's license. This staff goes out of their way to find a way to obtain these credentials. They get medical attention. I worked the front desk at the shelter, and you know, I would see nurses visit to take care of some people that had ailments that were in the shelter. The resources are amazing. They continue to make sure that people that are experiencing challenges with drug or alcohol support, make sure they continue to get that support and stay free. One-on-one counseling is very impressive at the shelter. So look, the staff doesn't work there for the money. They work there because they love their job. They work there because they're serving us. They're helping us. We need them. Please give them the funding. Thank you.
M. Hole.
Hi, good evening, everybody. So I wanted to speak today as a volunteer for the community shelter. I first started with the community shelter right after the pandemic began. I was working in the garden. It was one of the few ways that I could find to be involved in my community while still being conscious of my health. And the things that I learned, even just out working in the garden, I didn't have much contact with any of the guests at the shelter, but working with Lacey and hearing what she had to say, it was an issue that I hadn't explored yet in my work with nonprofits. And it was something that I was very excited to learn about. And over the years, as I've gotten to know Lacey, I'm the president of the Nonprofit Service Club at KU. And one of the things that we do is we work with nonprofits to place students in more behind the scenes roles. So working with them and seeing the complex operations that are going on within this organization, they really know what they're doing. And I'm just amazed that, you know, we are able to provide volunteers on such a deep level for these programs that are changing the way we think about homelessness in Lawrence. It's a different approach from what has been in previous years. And so to see this and see the direction that they're moving is really incredible. One thing that stood out to me, I'm a senior in business analytics. These data tracking systems that they are putting into place and getting those numbers to answer your questions, those will be so crucial to their growth in the future. And that's something that, you know, I look at that and I see an organization that is growing. I've worked with a lot of organizations in the area, and that's not something that I have seen in a lot of these organizations. So the fact that they are so forward thinking, to be trauma informed, to look to this data, to have a critical thinking approach is something that I find to be really, really important and promising for their work in the future. So thank you.
That's all the public comment, Mayor.
Great, thank you, everyone.
Mayor Shipley, you're on mute.
Awesome. Thank you, everyone. Let's bring it back to the commission for discussion or any further questions.
Commissioner Finkelstein, Danny, I saw you turn your camera on. Did you have anything to add before we go into discussion?
Danny Walters. No, just in case you had any more questions for me, I was making myself available.
Appreciate that. Appreciate that. I have some thoughts, but if anyone else wanted to jump in.
This is
Commissioner Finkelstein.
Go ahead, Brad.
First, I'd say very much appreciate the presentation and appreciate what Melissa and Jancy and all the workers out there are doing. Obviously, I'm a big believer in housing first. I think all of us are big believers in housing first. The information of the benefits of housing first, undisputed, and we are implementing that and need to implement that in our city. And so, I certainly appreciate what they're doing at LCS, appreciate what they're trying to accomplish. However, I would say that, the whole community now is working on implementing housing first. And, back in 2019 and before, we weren't all on the same page, being the community, nor were we putting the resources in as we're doing today, not only local, city, county, federal money into housing first. And we're now, obviously, moving full speed ahead with that, both the city and the county. And we're waiting for the housing plan to come out so we can even more fully implement that as part of our strategic plan and part of a commitment that both the city and the county have made. And so, I think we're in a position that's a little different than we were in 2019 when, there wasn't those sorts of services being provided by the whole community. And so, again, I think what LCS is doing right now is great for LCS and great for those 40 people that they're currently housing. My concern is a bigger issue of the entire community, of our entire plan, of our entire Housing First initiative. And part of that plan, and we're going to know for sure when it comes out in May, but part of that plan is, and at least in the short run, not in the long run, because Housing First in the long run says you don't need an emergency shelter. But in the short run, you need an emergency shelter. And you need a location where you can house people and get them and use all the folks in your community to get them housed. And, we know from the winter shelter, we know from the first implementation of the housing study from KU that we do not have enough emergency beds in this community. And so, I think about it as, we all know that in the healthcare field, right, early prevention, early primary care physicians, if you want to say, how is somebody best served in the medical setting, they're best served going to a primary care physician, they're best served having preventative care, and everyone agrees with that. But does that mean the city has only preventative care in their community? No, they need an emergency room. And they need an emergency room to be part of that entire system, to make the entire system work. And we need in this community, that emergency shelter, and we need more than 40 beds to do that. We need more than 50 beds to do that now. Maybe 2 years from now we won't, but we need that more now. And LCS is the place that is zoned for that, and it's the place that we have designated that in the long run. Now, if LCS doesn't want to do that, if they want 40 or 50, you know, we probably need to look at, as someone said, another place. But then how are we going to fund that? And so, you know, I go back and think about the report done in 2019. In 2019, when LCS was having struggles, we came up with a plan that was put out by SS&C and put out, paid for by the county and the city. And it said, you know, recommendation number one of that report was narrow the mission and the focus only on emergency shelter. And it reached out, and at that time, I'm looking at it now, you know, as presented by the U.S. Interagency Council on Homelessness, a shelter in the crisis response system is to provide immediate access through coordinated entry to shelter and crisis services without barriers to entry as stable housing and supports are being secured. Is that as good as what LCS is doing today? Absolutely not. LCS is doing more, much more than offering emergency services and emergency crisis. And if you ask me, what they're doing is better. If you had to compare the two, is it better than emergency services? Absolutely. So are they doing good work? Absolutely. My concern is we still need emergency services here. And it's either at LCS or it's at someplace else. And, you know, when back in 2019, the city and the county both increased their funding by roughly $100,000 each to the $296 we're at now, asking for this plan to be implemented. And that plan, you know, said that they would house, the goal was to house 800 people a year. You know, again, is that the right number? I don't know. But, you know, we're not there now. And so, you know, it also created a whole different model about the direct services, and it counted on partners to house people. It counted on partners to do navigation, housing navigation. It counted on other partners to do rent and utility assistance and get people housed. So right now, LCS does that in-house, and they do a good job of it. We're now, as a community, starting to create systems where Douglas County is running the rent and utility assistance. We are consolidating all those models together, and not, you know, having people specialize and do certain things and consolidate as a community. And I guess I just want to be sure that LCS is an integral part, however they're going to function, be an integral part of that entire system, not being there, being and operating amongst themselves. And we need to figure out as a city commission, and it's not necessarily LCS's full responsibility, but we as a city commission, we as a community have to figure out the emergency sheltering component of this overall plan. And when the KU study comes out in May and everyone sits down at the table, and the question is, where are we going to have, we need 80, we need 90 emergency beds a night. And we know from the winter shelter, we have people sleeping on the street tonight in the rain and the cold because we don't have any place to put them. We know they're out there. And if we need those emergency beds, where are they going to be? And, you know, LCS has a facility that historically did that. I hear what the current staff is saying, that that's not the best way to do it. Don't disagree. But it's an answer we have to, it's a solution we have to come up with an answer to. And it's a situation that I think the community needs an answer to. And, you know, I think as the housing study comes out in May, we'll have a better sense of how everyone can work together to solve that problem. And I just hope that, and I expect and don't have any doubt that LCS will be part of that solution and be at the table for that. But I think that's what we need to encourage and look ahead towards. So I'll stop there for now, and I've talked too long, but appreciate what LCS is doing, and we just need to make sure we're all on the same page, and having a place to, to emergency house folks.
I want to, since we're in the commissioner discussion part, Melissa, I do see you. I want to make sure commissioners don't have further questions and or ask you something specific and let you reply. Commissioners, is there anything else you'd like to comment here?
This is Commissioner Sellers. Just to clarify, you're wanting comments and questions or just questions?
Well, we did public comment and now we're back in discussion. It is unusual to return to the public, but Melissa's not really the public. She's a very interested party. So I just want to make sure that we're being fair with everyone. So I wanted to make sure that commissioners didn't have any more comments or discussion, or if a commissioner specifically wanted to ask Melissa's comments.
No, I had a comment, but I'll yield time to Melissa so that she can speak on the matter.
Absolutely.
Thank you, commissioners and mayor. Melissa Botts, LCS. So I just, I kind of briefly touched on it in the presentation, but I just wanted to highlight that a lower capacity doesn't mean a lower amount of people served. As we said, we have reduced our length of stay. So getting people quickly into housing actually allows us to serve more people, opens up more beds. Capacity is not tied to, the lower capacity is not tied to a lower amount of people served. So I just wanted to point that out.
Mayor Shipley, Commissioner Sellers, did you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I wanted to take a moment, point of personal privilege, just to say, thank you to, Melissa and to Lacey and to several who commented this evening in regards to this agenda item. Being one of the new commissioners and seeing this conversation kind of take shape and take form over the last year, I know, there are some things I've heard today that are promising that Commissioner Finkeldite spoke to, and I've heard individuals this evening speak to and talk about, the rapport with guests and the level of professionalism, and those things should be celebrated. Those are bright spots that should be celebrated. And also, I celebrate those, but I also celebrate them knowing that I have a concern that the old model didn't really elevate that. And so I'm glad to hear that we're doing the things that we should be doing to humans, because they're humans regardless of what their situation is. So I'm glad that the new model is incorporating a framework of treating humans with decency, and not that it's an expectation to treat individuals because of their circumstances with professionalism and decency. So, I do want to highlight that bright spot, and also recognize that seems to be a concern that was talked around and not talked to, and I can understand why, that's the case. I'm also hearing that LCS is moving from a model of chasing the pot of gold to let's build out a plan, let's have a model, and let's come with the package and see if there's a funding model, a funding stream that fits the plan of which we want to accomplish. So I see that and I recognize that. And I think there's some decisions to be made about, what that funding looks like, how long is that funding progress, should be, from a city perspective, what that funding looks like, and, the sustainability of that. So again, that's another bright spot that I want to highlight. And, I'm seeing some things turning the table, however, I think the elephant in the room that we haven't really discussed, and we don't have community partners here to discuss it, and we're not part of those conversations to have those discussions, is to hear how the different services intertwine with each other, whether that includes the Housing Authority, Family Promise, Tenants to Homeowners, Burt Nash, We have a lot of partners in this community that are doing some things alike, the same, uniquely different, and how the funding flows into that. We want to make sure that that funding is tight and that we're using it efficiently and that there are no competing values. And so, you know, that's what I look forward to seeing with the homeless study, and hearing more from partners, because I don't have that clear picture in my mind right now. I'm seeing some good work coming out of LCS. I'm hearing individuals who are involved that can speak to and can attest to that with anecdotal stories. But I need to see I need to see how that looks in relation to partners. And I'm starting to see the story unfold, but I don't have a clear picture of it right now. But I do appreciate the leadership and what's being done, Melissa and company with the board, what they're trying to do and what that looks like. So I feel like we're getting there and we're starting to see how the culture is changing or shifting at LCS. And this was the first step to getting it. You know, it's sad that we didn't have this information months before, but we are getting it now, and I appreciate that.
Mayor Shipley, any other comments from commissioners?
Yeah, Mayor, this is Vice Mayor Larson, and I want to thank Melissa and LCS for the work that they're doing, as well as the presentation tonight. It was very actually clarifying for me, and I really do appreciate that. And I would echo many of the comments that Commissioner Finkeldye talked about. He's probably has the most in-depth knowledge, I think, of our housing situation or homeless situation in Lawrence. I know he's done many years of work in this area, so I do appreciate his thoughts on it. From a historical standpoint, Commissioner Finkeldye did talk about how before 2019, there just wasn't much structure. There was a lot of folks out there trying to do things, a lot of organizations trying to do things, and but we weren't working as a community to get it done. And I think we've just started to see that happen in the last year, maybe year and a half. And I think with both the county and the city adopting the Built for Zero model, which is the Housing First model, that it also represents another shift in us coming together as a community to address this issue. And I do appreciate what I'm hearing from LCS tonight. I have not heard before the amount of structure that I'm hearing tonight. That there's a foundation that's definitely being built. And I do appreciate that very much. So I have not seen that in the past. And I think with the models that have been adopted by the county and city, you know, one of the features of it is that it's going to take many community partners to effectively become, to address some of the homeless issues. And that each one of those community partners is responsible for hopefully a very well-defined aspect of addressing it, in that we each be held accountable for making sure that we're successful in that. And so that's where I see, as one of our partners, LCS, that it's important that as you continue to develop your program, that you are successful in the implementation of that. And I think with the housing study that's being done, and we're going to hear about in May, that's going to provide, I'm hoping, a wealth of information on how we go forward as a community. So I appreciate what I heard tonight. It's definitely different than what I've heard in years past, and I'm really looking forward to continue to work with you in the community on this issue. Thank you very much.
Mayor Shipley, any more comments?
Commissioner Littlejohn, I'll just be short. Thank you guys for the presentation. It was excellent. And it was helped me clarify some points on what the shelter is, what they've done, what they're doing, and their path forward. And also it's speaking to Commissioner Finkeldye and his concerns, which are very, very valid, that, especially when we hit surges during the winter months and there really aren't places to stay, and then whether it's inclement, what kind of solutions do we have? So that's a greater question that we we have to think about as well. But I'm hoping that with the study coming out, that it'll provide us a little bit of more of a guide on where we are and what need to be addressed and what are the players and how do they fit in. So at least giving us a starting point. So I really appreciate it. It's coming onto the commission and you learn a lot of new things. And this is just one of them. And I appreciate you guys being patient with us. And I look forward to having more conversation about it.
This is Commissioner. Go ahead.
Oh no, this is Commissioner Sellers. So I've been thinking about something that Commissioner Finkeldye said, and we as a commission have the ability to set the parameters around this funding, and we want to make sure that we're being good stewards of that funding, and while also making sure that we don't lose a resource in our community. And like I said, I feel comfortable that there's some things progressing at LCS, but I don't know, Commissioner Finkeldye, I would not be. I'm not opposed to funding, but is there a possibility of partial funding until we get to a place where we feel comfortable with full allocation? I shouldn't say full allocation, but at least, maybe releasing part of the funds or something along that line. Commissioner Finkeldye, do you kind of get what I'm going here?
Commissioner Finkeldye, yes, I think the proposal before us is a 6-month funding with the reporting back. And then the question, Danny asked us earlier is what sort of things do we want to see in that? My big trigger is the housing report that we're all anxiously awaiting to come out in May, to see what it says and what we need to be funding. We've been talking about that as what we're going to fund going forward. And so, as I think about, what we're going to do with this funding, I think one, we need to see how it fits in with that report in May, and two, how LCS is working with all the other people in that realm, in the homeless realm, to solve these problems. And are they doing it in the most effective way possible? And are they part of the bigger plan? And so, to me, I'd like, at the end of this, and this is not all on LCS, this is, our city staff, Danny, the entire community coming together, as this plan comes out. We need to know how many emergency beds we need, and if we need them, where are they coming from, and who's going to provide them, and how are we going to fund that? And that might mean we give more money than the $290,000 to the shelter. I'm not opposed to necessarily giving them more money to fund the plan that we decide we need to fund. Or maybe it's giving this same funding to LCS and funding a different shelter, maybe. But we also, we know there's a facility that we need to look at. And so I want to understand how that all fits together and what's the best way to implement housing first in the community. So, I guess to me, my big question is, I would want to report back in 3 months after the thing comes in May, and how everyone is working together, and how does each one of these parts fit together. So if that report's in June or July or something, that's what I'd want to see. And I want to see that, not to say we're going to withhold funding or something. I want to say we need to know, because what are we going to fund? What are we going to? Maybe it's more money. Maybe it's different money. And so, that's kind of the targets I'd be looking at. What's the most cost-effective way to accomplish this? And again, in my opinion, the answer is going to be we need more emergency beds somewhere in this community until we can get Housing First up and running. I think that's going to be the answer. And we need to know how LCS fits into that and how the rest of the community fits into that. That's my thought.
This is Vice Mayor Larson. Could I just say something real quick? It was my understanding from reading the proposal tonight, and maybe I read it wrong, is they're going to come back to us in August with a report. What that report entails, I don't recall reading in detail on that, but is that what you're talking about? For them to come back at that time with that information?
Commissioner Finkel, I'm actually thinking about a shorter time frame than what's recommended in the report.
Vice Mayor Larson, so are you considering, or do you want to consider the idea that they come back with a response to the May report that's coming out as to how they're going to be a part of that implementation of that?
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Mayor Shipley, am I hearing a motion?
Vice Mayor Larson, can I make one more comment, please?
Yes, of course.
And so if they come back at a shorter time, when we get that report, is it going to be something that where it's going to have to be discussed as a community before a decision's made? Because it seemed to me that it involves numerous organizations, this report will, and for LCS to come back and say, this is going to be our piece of it, and this is what we're going to do, it seems to me like there might be a community conversation first to make sure that everybody's on the same page for that versus LCS coming back, in June or July to say this is what we're going to do. And, again, I'm open to that. I just don't understand. I'm just not quite sure if we want LCS to come back before that community conversation is had.
Commissioner Finkel, and I guess maybe Danny can weigh in on this as well to the extent she knows. No, I agree. It has to be part of the community conversation. That's the answer I want. I think the answer we need, the answer the community needs. So I don't know, Danny, if you have thoughts on what you think happens after the May report comes in.
Danny Walters, Planning and Development Services. There will be a presentation made to the City Commission on that report. And my thought is at that time, there will be a lot of conversation around these different pieces, and we can all start to kind of digest what the report is saying and how things are kind of already fitting into that. So I think that there'll be an update from how LCS fits into it at that time with the overall presentation, but we can, I can certainly work with Melissa to bring back some additional information in between now and them presenting in September if you would like to see that. But I think the conversation will kind of organically happen with the needs assessment when it comes in.
Commissioner Finkel, my only thought is I don't want to lock in funding until September if we know in June that we want to do something different. I'd rather have this back on the agenda one way or the other. And again, I'm not saying this to say like it's going to go down. It might go up or it might be something different. That's what, I feel some urgency about this, and that's what I'm kind of pushing.
So Vice Mayor Larson, so what I had understood about tonight was we were authorizing the release of half of the funding, and with the remainder of it to be released after their next report, which would be August. Is that the case, or again, did I misinterpret that?
Danny Walters, Planning and Development Services. That's how it's written.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's entirely your decision how you would like to see this funded. So we can certainly make changes to that if you would like to see that.
So Vice Mayor Larson, so We aren't locking in all the funding at this time. It's just half the funding at this point in time. That's what I'm hearing.
This is Commissioner Sellers. If I understand Commissioner Finkeldijk correctly, we were never intending to lock in half. You're thinking about dispersing half of the first half of the funding, or ish.
Commissioner Finkeldijk, I mean, I was thinking instead of 6 months, 3 or 4 months, yes.
Right. So partial disbursement of the first half of the 290K.
Vice Mayor Larson, I'm very confused now, so help me out.
So the first half, so if LCS was line item to get 290,000 for the year, they would get 145 now in the second half in September. So we're saying if that's $145,000 for 6 months, that's roughly $24,000. So what we're saying, what I'm interpreting is that we partially fund the first disbursement to cover until we receive the report and understand from KU and are able to make some alignments and adjustments as such. And if then we choose as a commission to render the rest of that first half, we can, as well as the additional other half of the 290,000 in that case.
Okay. So Vice Mayor Larson, I think my preference would be that we release the first half, because at the time we get that report in May and get it on the agenda, we're going through budget at the same time. I'd be surprised if we have any sort of community conversation before July. So my preference would be to go ahead and release that half, and with the expectation that by August, we've got some sort of sense from a community standpoint as to how we're going to proceed.
And this is Commissioner Sellers. I can see that. But I guess there's nothing keeping LCS from coming back in June, as well as, or that can be a holdover until September, which gives them more time and gives us more time to do community engagement around the report in that capacity. I do have a quick question for Melissa. I know you had stated there were a couple of grants that run out in June. Would any of this funding from the city impact covering, filling of a gap of those funds, of those grant funds?
Melissa Botts, LCS. Yeah, I mean, we've been through a lot of transition with our leadership, our executive leadership, and, we can always, funding's always going to be needed. And so a lot of our housing dollars fall off at that point. Some of our shelter service as well. And so any additional funding any funding that goes away is going to be really impactful for us. So.
This is Commissioner Sellers. So was it, so essentially these funds would be covering some of that drop off from those grants?
Yeah.
Mayor Shipley, I want to check in with Commissioner Finkeldijk.
Commissioner Finkeldijk, yeah, I mean, again, maybe I'm just restless and want to get this thing moving, but, I think we received the presentation in May, and, I would like to fund them through July, so fund 4 months, have them come present on July 5th instead of September 7th. That's the week before the city manager puts out his budget, so it's before we start the budget. And that would give us a report on where that is going forward, and where LCS is fitting into that, and where the entire plan is going. You know, well, I'll just leave it at that. Am I opposed to September 7th? No, but you know, I feel some more urgency than that.
Mayor Shipley, then am I hearing after that discussion any motions? I'll give you a few seconds to think about it. This is a big deal.
This is Vice Mayor Larson, and I'm not opposed to the funding, but I would seriously ask that we consider doing the 6 months. It just seems to me the disruption of the funding and the need for them to have some level of continuity and some their ability to believe that, you know, they've got this funding that they can have at least for 6 months, that we go that route. That'd be my preference, although I wouldn't obviously vote against any release of money, but I would much prefer to see the 6 months.
Commissioner Finkelstein, what about if we do the 6 months funding, but ask them to report back on July 5th as where they're fitting in instead of September 7th?
Vice Mayor Larson, I'd be fine with that.
Commissioner Littlejohn, I would also be fine. I'm also in the camp with Vice Mayor Larson regarding 6 months. I think that they might have been planning on, you know, something of the sort, given the agreement that's out in front of us. So I'm glad that you added that component, Commissioner Finkelstein, in terms of reporting. That's something that I think I could agree with as well.
This is Commissioner Sellers. I would just add this brief little tidbit that I think the conversation tonight really speaks to why this report from KU is going to be critical to us moving forward with Built to Zero, Housing First, our whole model. But it also speaks to the complexity of addressing housing initiatives and homelessness, which was what we are tasked as a commission to do. So these difficult conversations are going to be tricky and complex, and they're not going to be rainbows and butterflies. And so I do appreciate us having these deeper dive conversations, and that this is definitely not the last on that piece. But I do wanted to highlight in the presentation that Melissa and Lacey gave us this evening, is that we do need to look forward as we address Built to Zero and mitigating homelessness as much as possible, the need in our community for permanent, supportive, low-income housing, and being proactive about those initiatives. I know that there are partners out there, who could do some deeper collaboration with LCS that are wanting to do that. And I look forward to when those presentations or those proposals come to us as a city commission, because I do believe they're coming, because the time is now for us to do that. But again, we have to start having these difficult conversations about mitigating homelessness and addressing housing initiatives in our city, because they're not going to be easy. There's going to be some competing values. There's going to be some comments that are made that are going to make people uncomfortable. But we have to have those conversations in order to get to the purposeful work and to move us into implementation and not cycling through conversations and strategies. So I look forward to what's happening in May. I look forward to the report that LCS is going to bring us in July, because that gets us moving closer and closer to doing the thing that we said that we were going to do and eradicate in 2023. So that's my story and I'm sticking to it. But I did want to make a quick technical note. I'm looking in the agenda packet under the agreement for use of city general funds, and section B under recitals. Third sentence, it says the adopted budget provided, and this is $1,101.48, which I do fuzzy math, but 728,000 plus 343,848 doesn't equal 1,101. So I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be $1,101,848. So it's technical, but that did kind of stick out to me. But
this is Danny Walters. We'll get that corrected, and we'll also change the date for the report in the agreement to July 5th. So
this is Commissioner Sellers. Thank you, Danny.
All right, so I do think I still need a motion.
Commissioner Finkel, aye. I would move to approve the 2022 Homeless Housing Initiatives funding proposal for the general homeless shelter operations, and authorize the city manager to execute the agreement with Lawrence Community Shelter for 2022 general fund award as presented in the packet, with the change of the report back being on July 5th.
Vice Mayor Larson, second.
Mayor Shipley, you guys can arm wrestle for it.
I'd win, but I let Vice Mayor Larson have it.
I have a first and a second. Commissioner Finkeldye.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Larson.
Aye.
Commissioner Littlejohn.
Aye.
Commissioner Sellers.
Aye.
Mayor Shipley, aye. That passes 5-0. I do want to maybe stop here and call Craig out if he's there. We've got 2 items that might be substantial left in our work session here, and we only have an hour. So I want to take everyone's temperature about whether we think we can pull those 2 things off in an hour, or check in with Craig on whether he thinks we can do that. I don't want something to get short shrift.
City Manager Craig Owens, I think we can do the half-hour version of each, and if we need to extend, then that would be good. Extending these out will take up more space on the next agenda. And we do have things planned for that as well. So I think we could do a rapid presentation, and there are some questions to pose to you that aren't necessarily easy, but perhaps maybe a little easier than the ones you just dealt with.
Mayor Shipley, thank you. Commissioners, and let's forge ahead as well as we can. Our next item is to receive the update on the multimodal transfer facility.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Adam Weigel, Transit Parking Manager for the city, and I've got with me a couple members of our Wendell consulting team. I'll introduce briefly so you know them when they pop on the screen. We will be brief as we can in our presentation so we can get to questions for you all. So Susan Sherwood is here with Wendell. Susan, if you just want to wave, she's project manager. And Scott Neal, as well. Scott, you want to wave as our principal architect, so with Wendell on the project. So I'll jump in here. Okay, we do have a few sustainability policy questions that we need your help talking through. I'll run through a timeline, how this project is aligned with route redesign, a couple of the legal agreements that are components of the project, where we're at with budget and engagement. The Wendell team will talk through scope of work, site plan, floor plan, review renderings, and sustainability features of the project. They also have some information, biggest estimates, cost breakdowns on different pieces of the project. And at the end of the presentation, we'll get to the sustainability policy questions. So I give this to you now so you can think about them. They were in materials, so you've seen those, but go over them briefly. We've got a few things that will have some, could have some budget impacts. some design timeline impacts. So obviously looking to try to make this as sustainable project as we can. There are things we just need help deciding which direction we should go. So one of those is whether or not to plan for natural gas infrastructure in the facility. That would be used for some of the building systems, water heater, HVAC, that sort of thing. Or if we want to go electric from the start. Solar panels, something that came up through community engagement. Certainly something that we can do, challenged somewhat by cost, and do have some pretty strong electricity, that the partnership with Evergy sets a lot of energy already in this project. And then irrigation, we're obviously looking to do as low maintenance landscape as possible, indigenous drought tolerant plants, but do need to get those established some way to prevent runoff. The site has quite a bit of slope to it, so your guidance on irrigation strategies. So it's worth noting that this project will need, in order to keep it moving, we're splitting the project into a few different bid packages, try to get pieces of the project moving quickly. So we're aiming for May of this year to have a bid package go out related to the site. So earthwork, concrete, the site elements that we would need to be in place for buses to safely move on and off the site. July is, yes.
Adam, you're kind of fading in and out. Like
okay.
Your microphone isn't right up there. If you could.
Yep. Is this any better?
Probably so. Thank you.
Okay. So in July is when we'd be bringing back the site package. We have bids from contractors and we'd be seeking mission support to move select contractor for the site work. There will also be a site package, or a bid package for the building and its elements, and that will follow by about 2 months. So you see July 22 and September 2022 underneath those first couple of bullets. So summer is when we're looking for construction to begin. That is when we'll have staff and consultant resources to also shift back to downtown engagement and continuing to do work to help us select a site downtown. And again, looking at January of 2023 for being operational at the building site. Do have a caveat on this page. We're certainly facing some likely supply chain issues with the building package following the site. I think it'll be pretty challenging for the complete everything to be completely done with the site in January. So we are still pushing the operational concrete that's needed, but very likely the building or platform elements might still need work. We started our final round of public engagement for route redesign this week. We'll be doing somewhere in the neighborhood of 30 different in-person and virtual meetings related to route redesign over the next 6 weeks. We plan to have those changes finalized by May. There are going to be 2 phases of route redesign due to there's the need to change some routes to align with the start of KU's fall semester in August. So some routes will change at that time. Other routes are dependent on facility being built. So those can't change until January. This site will be somewhat similar to Fire Station number 5 near Iowa 19. So it'll be a city-owned facility and improvements. It will be eventually on KU endowment-owned land that the city will lease from KU endowment, much like we do with Fire Station number 5. The site is currently University of Kansas owned. It's going through the legislative process right now to have that land transferred to endowment so that the city can then lease it from KU endowment for long-term lease. There will also be an MOU, university, just related to our agencies and how we coordinate transit and how we both use the site. And my last bullet here, I just want to stress all those agreements would be in place before we be coming to you all, asking you to select a contractor to spend the construction dollars. Budget-wise, early 2021 internal estimates were around a little over $6.5 million for both outbuilding site as well as downtown. Following our April 2021 concept development, we had estimates, initial estimates over 12 million. We committed staff and consultant to set our CIP project budget at 10.2 million. In January of this year, we were still over that. You see a range of about 11.5 to 12.5 million. That does include improvements to Crestline Drive, which is a portion of road that will be needed to access the property. In the last couple of months, we have done some value engineering to bring that down. So total project cost is still not at our CIP budget, but we're getting closer. So 11.5 million at the top end there. There have been 3 main community engagement portions of this project. I linked to the summaries here. Focus on the most recent engagement where we showed people the most up-to-date site plan, building floor plan, and renderings, and asked what folks thought. We asked a few questions about access, about the different uses of the site, and aesthetics, and got comments back. 56 people responded. You can see less than that responded to each individual question. One that might stand out is the last question related to aesthetics. We pulled a few of the top concerns that came out of here. One of those was just the north facade, maybe not being as interesting as people hoped. Part of that is reusing a building, which has a lot of sustainability reasons to do that, but some limitations on what we can structurally do. Solar we'll talk about, and I'm happy to answer questions about the restroom concern. So with this, Susan, I'll let you jump in.
Sure. Good evening, everyone. This is Susan Sherwood. I'm with Wendell. Just reviewing what we've done from April of last year until this point in time. Some of you participated in some of our immersion process back on the beginning stages of this, where we did programming and preliminary design, basically trying to figure out what needed to go at the site, how big the building needed to be, and how big the transfer station needed to be. We went through a public outreach process. We have gone through the concept and schematic design phases for the building and the platforms and the site. The site concepts, schematics, and 90% design of the site is just about complete. We just received the comments back from the city relative to the site package actually today. So that's moving forward. We've completed the traffic study at Crestline and Bob Billings. We've completed cost estimating, including value engineering, and we went through several sustainability workshops with the consulting team and the city's team engaged in those workshops.
All right, and then Scott, would you prefer to share for the next set of slides so that you can annotate a little better?
Yes, Scott Neal, Wendell, project architect for the project at hand. So yes, if I can share, that would be helpful. Okay, Scott Neal from Wendell. Just wanted to, it's easier for me to annotate so I can orient you. Just give me one moment. Okay, so just to orient people on the site plan, I'm going to go through the site plan, the floor plan. We're going to go through some imaging. And again, just to remind people, this is preliminary. This is by no means final engineering, but it is what has derived our cost estimate. So to the north of the site, we have Bob Billings. We have Crestline Drive to the west. And we are talking about essentially what is for the intermodal facility, the renovation of the western portion of the existing KU warehouse. And that's the MOU that Adam had spoken about. Is everyone hearing me okay? This is a new laptop, so, well, a replacement laptop. All right, so with that, as far as orientation, we have two components of the project. One is the building that I mentioned that will hold the transit amenities, and then we have, if you can follow my hand here, this is the bus transfer area where we will have 8 local bus slips for bus transfers at this site. We do in this hatched area here have room for intercity coach. So that would be your Greyhound or whatever other carrier we're going to commission. They're a little bit more flexible. It's the spot on the site where they can pull over. If people have luggage, they would put it in the vehicle or in the bottom of the bus, and then they would pull away. From a circulation point of view, buses would be coming in off of Crest Line. They would go into their bus slips. Is everyone seeing my hand okay? Okay. They would pull away. They would either go eastbound on Bob Billings, or they would simply go back to the intersection. And then they would go westbound. We do in intermodal design, and we do quite a few of these. We like separating cars and buses. We think that's safe. So we'll be utilizing the existing curb cut going into the facility, but it'll be changed dramatically where you would pull up. There's 5 spaces for drop off for people, and then a car would exit back onto what is the current curb cut and opening on Bob Billings. And we'd be doing around 17 parking spots. We're still working through that for overflow parking. Some of them would be double stacked, as you can see in this location. And then otherwise, you can see in the light green overall that we have a pretty substantial amount of site work that's part of this project. If you have visited the site, there's a pretty substantial grade, which is basically what has set pretty much everything we're doing on site. So we need to meet universal accessibility on the project. So really every access point on this project is going to be ADA compliant for mobility and universal design purposes. So people coming in this way would have an accessible path up to the building from Crest Line. And this may not be the final layout for how this access point is here. It could be a little bit more gradual. But people have the opportunity to safely get up to the platform from this area. And then obviously we have an active bike trail. So a lot of what we're doing is catering to the fact that that's a rare asset in the work we do, that you have an existing bike trail. A lot of times we're connecting these facilities with bike trails. We are actually directly adjacent to it. It's hard to see on the screen, but we are salvaging as many of the trees on site as we can. Due to the nature of bringing this up to ADA compliance, you can see there's an awful lot of very tight lines here. That means that's a steep grade. It can still be planted, however. But suffice it to say, we're doing a lot of planting work. We're looking at outdoor seating areas for bikes. We do have another big driver on the site, and we'll get into this a little bit later when we talk about sustainability, but this is the detention basin. We do have to store water on site in the event of a substantive rainfall. We'll get a little bit into the water quality issue there. But beyond that, there's some boring things like a dumpster, a generator. Not really a lot more to add to that on the site plan, but the good news is we are reusing an existing building on site, and we were able to get the building to have to meet the stringent areas of ADA, so all can really use this facility. From a floor plan point of view, I'll just hit on some highlights. We essentially have a public and private side to this building. This side is the public, and this is more the private. Well, actually, I lied. The conference room is considered public, so one of my lines is a little bit off there. But so we really have City of Lawrence area for running the facility. We have offices. We have a driver's break room. We have bus operator, restrooms with access from the outside. And then moving into the public area, we have a decent sized waiting room for a facility of this size. We're looking at accommodating, around 25 people. With seating, there will be stand-up, bar height, as well as ADA heighting work areas. So if somebody wanted to read or look at their laptop, they'd have a direct view out to the buses. And then, we have a vendor area that is not defined right now on who would be using that, but we do plan on giving them, one of the things we had talked about is the ability to possibly, it could become a library. It could be somebody who's renting it to do maybe a soup or coffee. That's pretty popular here in the Twin Cities, where if you do have a large bike community, that you'll find that a simple food offering can go a long way. And of course, the highlight is this bike storage area that would give indoor storage for bikes. That's been something that transit agencies have been incorporating. It can be a basic revenue generator or just a basic convenience. But secure bike areas do tend to raise ridership in our experience, and especially when you are so local to a existing bike path, we encourage that. This floor plan is a little bit larger than if we were going to build something brand new. So there was a little bit of leftover space over here in future expansion, and currently that is going to be for transit function, for transit amenities around the system. Basically shelters, benches, things along those lines. And of course, the use can always change. But this line here on the east side to the loading dock, this would be our separation with KU's facility. And then there's also some issues with how we separate these buildings from a code compliance point of view. Well, one thing to note, we do have 4 restrooms and a shower at this point. One of the core lead tenants is having the opportunity for people to do, and not driving, the ability to shower if they were biking or walking or running to work. So that's a nice thing to have in there. Here's some of the image work that we did. Now, keep in mind, we can do a lot of things to the building. We just can't change the form of the building. So we can do new windows. We can put on different siding. But there are limitations. This is a very bare bones building. It's called a pre-engineered building. There's not a lot of tolerance for changing it. It doesn't react well to changing its original design. So what we've been doing with a variety of window placements and cutting away some corners. In view one, this would be where the bikes are located. It's potential that we can do some attractive lighting. And if we end up working with one of the artists, it's potential that there could be, this could be a pretty nice corner to really highlight in the design. View two is what you would see if you were walking to the facility from the buses. Note on the south side, we do have shade canopies. Our climate analysis for the building says you're going to be into higher cooling loads in the future. So shading the southern exposure is going to be really important. And then view three is from the platform, the bus platform, and looking back at the facility. Again, some different views. So these are actually what the bus canopies would be looking like. These are new construction. They are not that is not part of the existing building. We just have some simple, slope and forms. The idea is that the water runs off the upper canopy. Will be collecting it on the intermediate canopy. This intermediate canopy would be designed for future photovoltaic array. One of the issues we run into these canopies is, as much as we'd like to put PVs on everything, for your climate, your known wind gusts and what have you, we wouldn't want to recommend putting what's equivalent of sails up on top of this canopy. Now that wouldn't stop you from doing something like some of the thin film technology is out there that we could lay over the membrane. But either way, we're going to have, whether the PVs make it into the project budget or not, these canopies will be suited for future photovoltaics, having extra conduits and what have you. One of the nice amenities to point out just quickly here is that these little cantilevered pieces, that's your real-time boarding information, which is a really nice thing for as a passenger amenity. Knowing what's the bus slip, what's the route, and basically what's the timing on that. So that's also in the project. So we are not pursuing LEED or Envision as far as scoring goes. However, it did inform the design. It really designs most of our transit projects that we do. And I just wanted to highlight some of the important ones for you. During construction in Division 1 that Sue and I will be working with the city of Lawrence on, we want a consideration of safety, noise, and vibration, and of course light pollution. We're working with them on what can be recycled. The nice thing about the current building is when I say we're renovating it, pretty much we're keeping the slab, the concrete slab, where we're keeping the steel, but we'd be removing the roof and all the siding and the windows. So all of those have potential salvage content. From the site, these are all the things we had been looking into. Just hitting on some of the highlights. Obviously, we talked about bicycles. We found that those are very transit friendly. It's one of the tenants that says, you know, are you near a public, are you near quality transit? Well, this is quality transit, so that's excellent. Future electric car charging would be included on site. From a site planting, we're keeping as many existing trees as possible. We're also at the point in the project where we're getting into the specific species, but they are going to be low water indigenous planting. Some of those slopes, we're going to be using some grasses, some grass technology that has worked well in the past for low maintenance areas on other projects. One in particular has been used on the backside of earthen dams and dikes. So we know it works. I remember trees in general. Well, we do have quite a bit of pavement. If we can get trees in proper locations, we can reduce the heat island effect. And like I said, that's important since this and many other parts of the country are going to see a lot more cooling days in the next 20 years. The building itself will have a recycling program. We're reusing an existing building, which is also better than disturbing new soil. We're looking at water monitoring, limited water use, low flow toilets. As best we could, we're taking strong daylighting and outdoor views into consideration. But again, it's the footprint is the footprint. So you know, we're working with a building that we have to modify. But we were able to get decent daylight and outdoor views. And this is one that speaks specifically to your to the 2040 comprehensive plan. Currently, the systems are being designed for natural gas, and but it has been thoughtful for what does the switch out look like for future electrification, which I know is part of your plan. Yeah, and we'll be doing some air quality measures as well. But back to the electrification, I think that that will likely end up being a question, but and we can get into the specifics of what systems would have to be switched out. But for our purposes today, we think that we're getting into somewhere around in the most basic level, you would need a larger electrical service, which we can plan for now. And then it's specific components of the design that we would have to switch out. By the time, and I think the ask that we're going to have is what is the timing that would make sense for the commission to rule on here.
You want me to jump in, Scott, or are you going to keep going?
What's that? No, I was going to say if you want to do the budget, that's fine.
All right, you're controlling the slides though, so you're going to have to move them for me.
Oh, okay.
Susan Sherwood of Wendell. Sorry, I keep forgetting to speak my names. I apologize. And it's a little bit late here, so I'm a little bit attention deficit, I think, at this point. But so let's just talk about the building cost a little bit on the engineering estimates that came in. I think Adam kind of did a pretty big high summary of the costs and how they've kind of morphed since the beginning of last year, and also with the caveat that some of this is a little untested and a little unknown for us. I mean, Scott and I have been in this industry for a very, very long time. I can tell you with great sincerity that we are seeing all kinds of crazy things in the construction world right now, especially relative to supply chain issues. So although we would like to tell you we believe these costs are very accurate, The reality is they're very accurate, absent all of the crazy things in the world right now. We have included in these costs some multiplier factors that we believe are industry standard at the time right now to account for COVID impacts and for some of the petroleum impacts we're seeing right now in the industry. With that said, the latest estimates for the multimodal facility at Bob Billings has come in around $8.7 million. You'll see the breakdown here. The building canopy site is right around 6.8, I think, million, if I do the math in my head. And then you add on to it on the soft cost being the owner's contingency and FF&E, as well as the public art. And then the consulting fees, you're about at $8.7 million. Those numbers are about 3 weeks old now, I guess. So they're pretty recent and pretty accurate, we believe. I don't know, Scott, if you want to go to the next slide. So this slide talks about the downtown center. So these numbers are kind of an extrapolation of what we did last spring before we tabled the downtown center and decided to go back to site selection. I'm sure most of you, there's some familiar faces on this call, were there for that meeting that we were at when we decided to go back and do a little bit more searching for a better site. These, correct me if I'm wrong, Adam, I think we were about at 1.5 million at that time. We're about at 1.95 million. Now, this does not take into consideration the fact that we have not committed to an actual site. We know what the program is. We know what the requirements are for bus service. And the configuration might be different based on whatever sites we come up with in the next phase of that project. But the new numbers that we are at right now are about 1.95 million. And that's in today's numbers. I don't think we're going to restart the downtown search for sites until probably the middle of summer, it sounds like right now. So once we have a little bit more information for you, I'm sure Adam will give you more updates as well. Scott, I think there's one last slide, I believe. Yes, so Crestline. So as we've worked through the design process over the last several months between KU and the city, it became apparent that there was a desire to investigate whether or not we needed to improve the conditions at the Crestline Drive intersection to the Bob Billings intersection in order to be able to ensure safe bus operations. And so a couple of things have happened. We've done a traffic study to indicate whether or not our turning lanes were adequate, which we know they are. But there are some other safety issues that are in consideration right now. The final details and recommendations from the engineers, the traffic engineers, have not been formalized yet. There was a presentation, I guess a discussion, I should say, between the city engineers and our consulting engineers last week. We were charged with going back and doing a little bit more research on the final recommendations. So I expect those will come out in the next couple of weeks. We do believe, though, that the original estimate of $900,000 still holds true no matter what direction we go in with the options for improvements to Crestline. It's just a matter of them determining what actually needs to happen now versus what we want to happen now. And again, whatever happens will be in the best interest of safe bus and pedestrian and vehicle movements within that area. And I think the next slide is the total for all three components, being Bob Billings, the downtown site, and Crestline. I think Adam alluded to, you might be a little bit above what your initial project budget was. I think it was 10.2 million. We're around 11.5 million. The caveat for the commission too is these are early numbers that we're getting. So these numbers include design contingencies, which are basically built into estimates so that the details of the engineering hasn't been completely worked out. So we don't know all the elements of what's going to go into the building or the sites. And therefore, we add a factor into that to cover anything that might not be apparent to the estimators when they're looking at the designs. We expect that contingency to come down as the design develops. So we'll have more estimates. I don't have the schedule right in front of me, but I believe we'll have more estimates at the end of April that will compare to. They may stay the same, or they may start to shift a little bit. I'm hoping with the current environment, they don't shift in the upward direction, that they shift in the downward direction. But at this point, I think we're gonna have to play the game for the next 30 days until we figure out what that really looks like. The good news is prices of gas are coming down. That is very good for construction. I think this is the last slide, correct? Yes, so now we're into sustainability policy decisions. I think Melinda's taking this slide, or
yes.
Okay, there she is. Okay, sorry, I didn't see you there.
Hello, I'm Melinda Harper, interim MSO director. So Adam and I were talking about these policy items, and just based on some similar conversations we've had on other CIP projects in the last few years, I told him I'd kind of guide us through some of this discussion. So again, those three big areas we'd like some direction on include the discussion on whether to plan this facility with natural gas. That's what's currently shown in the design, but also planning to make the conversion to electric as simple as possible in the future. So planning for that now, knowing that, you know, in 12, 13 years, we do have that goal set for 100% clean renewable energy in all sectors. So switching to electric now, it will have some operational budget increases. We are hearing that the trend over the next 5, 10, 15 years is going to bring those costs closer together. The ongoing cost of natural gas versus electric, as you see more electrification, that's kind of the trend. But it will have more capital costs right now and O&M costs for at least that next 5 to 10 years is what we're seeing. So with the constraints we already have on the budget and some of the increases we're already seeing, the recommendation is to go with natural gas and then just be set up for that change in the future. We would be looking at equipment that doesn't, I guess, have all the bells and whistles, you could say, because it doesn't make sense to put something in that would have a 40-year lifespan if it's, you know, natural gas equipment, if we know we're probably going to transition away from that equipment in the next 15 years, 12 to 15 years. So that's one of the big items. And I'll just list all three here, and then we can go wherever you'd like to with the discussion. Solar panels. Since right now, looking at our strategic plan, we are at 98% renewable with our electricity. And given the limited amount of solar panels that we could put on this site, we can't put solar panels on the roof for structural reasons. We weren't really seeing a big, you know, benefit to necessarily putting those in at the current cost we would see for that. But we'd like to bid it as an alternate and just see where those costs do come in. I know when we bid the Wakarusa wastewater plant back in 2015, we did solar as an alternate. We did some ROI calculations, and it looked like it was going to cost us about 2.5 times for our electricity if we went that route. Solar has come down though, the price of that equipment, and so we would like to bid it as an alternate and see if it is something that we could include and bring back to the commission a recommendation for that. And then there, we don't want to deal with a lot of runoff from the site and erosion. So our options are to go with potable water for the irrigation, or not install an irrigation system, and we would have to look at other methods. Either trucking in probably wouldn't make sense for bringing in water, but perhaps similar to what we did with the police facility, you'd be looking at hoses and running that from hose bibs. We do have some concerns with the accessibility across our sidewalks and our walks if we have hoses strung out across the site. So those are some of the concerns. Our recommendation would be to go with potable water here to help with the establishment of the vegetation. So I guess I will just stand for any questions you have, or we could start the discussion on the sustainability components if you'd like.
Mayor Shipley, I did want to go back a slide and ask about Crestline. I appreciate on every level that KU is working with us on this land, but all of Crestline south of 15th, aka Bob Billings, is campus. Are they in any way interested in helping us with that cost, being that it's getting regular campus traffic at this time and not the bus traffic we will be expecting? That's question one. And question two is, can we use that 900,000, maybe not from this fund that the taxpayers specifically wanted for, bus transfer facilities, but rather, I don't know, CIP project money, or was that what you guys were already thinking?
Adam Weigel, Transit and Parking Manager. I can start. The discussions about Crestline, it is, you're correct, a KU-owned road, owned and maintained road. And we have been discussing with them, trying to come to some agreement on the right way to get that road up to speed and be safe for bus traffic in that area. I know part of the traffic engineering study was looking at the current quality and what kind of treatment it would need. As far as, are we talking full reconstruction? Are we talking, does it just need to be striped different? Does it need mill and overlay? So I think some of that is still unknown until that report is complete. But I would say those discussions with KU are ongoing about the best way to partner together. It's a project that definitely benefits both of us and our joint, our coordinated bus systems. So we are working through that.
Mayor Shipley, any other questions for staff at this time? Okay. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, this is Vice Mayor Larson, and I had a couple of questions. On the building layout, you showed a conference room. Is that going to be available to the general public to reserve for use?
Adam Weigel, Transit and Parking Manager. I think that's definitely an option. We certainly envision it for Public Transit Advisory Committee meetings. I think we definitely imagine it being used for engagement that we need to do related to transit projects for the city and KU. And I think in general, we're looking to try to program this space with a lot of different community partners. And that would include the conference room, but also that vendor space, also our little waiting area, trying to bring partners into that area. So I would imagine, as long as it didn't conflict with some of the transit, like the regular transit uses and things related to our engagement, that we would make that available.
I'd appreciate the consideration for that, because I could see neighborhoods possibly having a place to meet, especially in that part of the town, part of the city. I think would be a good option for them to look at. I also saw offices in there. Does that mean we're going to move city staff there?
So Adam Weigel, Transit and Parking Manager. So our current staff is at the New Hampshire parking garage. When I arrived a couple of years ago, we had 2 full-time staff and 2 part-time staff. And that staff has grown. There's no way we would have had capacity to do this project, the electric bus projects, the type of route work we're doing. We were understaffed. So we've shifted more of our transit dollars towards that and federal dollars towards that, so we can have appropriate staffing. We are at 5 FTEs now with an intern as well. So that's really pushing our space in that New Hampshire garage. The other piece that came from that is we knew we wanted customer service element here. So that's staffing that is budgeted, and it became kind of a strange idea to have one single staff member out here without the remaining transit staff support. So yes.
Thank you. Just a couple more questions. Can somebody explain to me again, I I don't know if I caught all this as to why the first option was to use natural gas. Was it just a cost consideration?
Yes, Scott, you want me to take that or you want to take that?
I can do it, and then you can
Yep.
you can jump on that too. I mean, we're open to either. This is a small facility. Electrification is one of our business lines right now. And it is an emerging technology and how you on how you handle that. Right now, what we're seeing is that, and what we'd be recommending is this this building is based on its size and where we are with the technology, that it might be in your best interest to wait. And then, we'd have the correct service size and the transformers and the things to electrify. And then go back and switch out those pieces of equipment at a later date. And keep in mind, you're not seeing a lot of if we waited the useful life on the equipment, it would still fall into your 2040 plan.
Scott, my question was, why did we choose natural gas to start with? Was it the fact that electric is more expensive, or what?
Yeah, at this time, it would. What we're estimating, we have not done the deep dive into it, so it would be around $100,000 add to the project.
It's capital add.
Which isn't a lot, and it's not that we couldn't do electric right now, but we have not done the payback on your rates, but it would certainly be more expensive than using gas at this current time.
Okay, thank you.
Right, and to add to that too, so we have at Wendell, not only are we transit experts, we have an entire division of our company that does nothing but energy management. And we consulted heavily with that group on this building in particular, on what the best path forward for you today would be. And although everyone's moving in the direction of electrification or alternative fuels, obviously right now, it's their opinion that the technology has not caught up to a building of this scale yet. So where they're doing a ton of electrification of boiler systems and things of that nature, it's on very, very large scale hospitals, universities, things of that nature, where the cost of the capital improvements, they can capture that back in operating savings because of the volume of the buildings. This building on the scale it's at, the technology just doesn't compute. When we talk about it. But the other thing that they mentioned to us, which I thought was really intriguing, was that as the country pushes towards this direction, there's a lot of incentivizing for people to switch over. And so within the lifetime of the systems you're going to have in the building, they believe you're probably going to have an opportunity to work with your utility companies for them to actually incentivize you to switch out to electric and save yourself a couple $100,000 and get better rates in return on that as well. And basically what they said was, in today's terms of design, although a carbon footprint impact may be there, depending on how you buy your power, right? It probably isn't going to balance for you unless you're truly making the decision from a policy perspective.
Okay, thank you. And I just got one more, and I apologize for stressing this out. In the future, when you bring this to us in the future, I'd really appreciate it if you could divide out some of those soft costs that you're showing, where you've got owner contingency plus FFE together. Could you divide that out, as well as the engagement and design costs? If you could divide those out so we can see those on separate lines, I sure would appreciate it.
Yeah, we certainly have that data. We can help put together.
That's all I've got. Thank you, Mayor.
I'm surprised. I thought you might bring up the LEED certification because I know you're such a great champion of it, but I want to clarify in your slides about the LEED certification, you said that we're not equivalent. We're obviously not certified or not equivalent, but has elements of LEED considerations. I want to clarify that.
Yes, that would be accurate. We are not pursuing the formal process on either Envision or LEED, but we did have a workshop for both and agreed on what of the core tenets we were going to have. As a matter of course, a facility like this and reusing an existing building, we feel confident that you would achieve LEED certification. I can't speak to the specifics of whether or not you would hit silver, but you would be in good shape with certified.
This is Vice Mayor Larson. Thank you for bringing that up, Mayor. And my concern, anytime we talk about LEED certification, is not that we actually go for the certification, that we just make sure we employ the elements of it, because going for the certification is very expensive. And we can get the same result, but not spend that money just by having the elements.
And we agree with you, Vice Mayor.
You know, if I could, yeah, and Scott Neal from Wendell again. One thing it's still not complete, but we do and have run a high level energy model for this. So basically that model's focusing on how this building's going to perform long term, as well as these things like the daylighting views and the sight lines. So we'd be willing to share that once we have that a little further along. But it does appear this building, with what we've explained and what we're doing, is going to perform better than the industry average.
Mayor Shibley, let me just respond to that super fast, and then we'll need to check in with Sherry and extend our time possibly. Thank you, Vice Mayor, for pointing that out. I did mean, I did understand that it wasn't the certificate. We get that. But you have very consistently championed that what we do is equivalent, not just pieces of it, but equivalent. And I was sort of hearing them say that they're not hitting all of the high bar that we've been holding people to, even ourselves, even this evening. So I just wanted to be clear that he was meaning, and he said it's not equivalent. There are elements that they're not going to make, or we're not going to make. And that's a little different than what you have championed in the past, I felt like.
Well, this is Susan Sherwood from Wendell. So let me clarify on what Scott just said. So there are different levels of LEED certification. So those who are on the call who might not be familiar with it, there's basic certification, there's silver, there's gold, there's platinum. I mean, we're doing a $400 million giant facility in downtown Washington, D.C. right now that's going to be platinum certified. It's 100% electric vehicles, 300 electric vehicles, in-store storage for them. And they have composting toilets in them. They're going to hit platinum. So, but they're paying an exorbitant price because that was the goal that they set for this project. And that's costing them on different levels, right? And in this case, you know, with the budget constraints and with the simple constraints of reusing a building does not have a lot of capacity in it for us to play with it. We believe you'll hit certification. If you said to us, we want to go and get certified after construction is done, we believe we could get you certified as a LEED building. We don't know if you would hit silver or not. Maybe you would. We have a lot of silver buildings that we've built over the last 20 years. But at least we know that you're hitting the best practices in sustainability right now. If you wanted to go beyond that, we'd have to assess what that would mean to your budget and to our ability to be even able to implement it, quite frankly.
Mayor Shipley, thank you. And Vice Mayor, you might want to comment on that here in a minute, but I do want to get to Sherry and make sure we don't run out of time before we continue our real discussion and do public comment. Sherry?
Yes, this is Sherry Reederman, City Clerk. You will finish this item because it's already started. And then when it's complete, if you want to extend, you will need to make a motion to extend it for a specific period of time.
Mayor Shipley, thank you for reminding me of that detail. I did space that out. Okay. Were there any other comments, questions, responses before we go to comment?
Wait, so this is Commissioner Sellers. We're on questions and or comments, or okay.
Good question.
Okay. I have two quick questions. One, and they're pretty basic, hopefully. In the rendering of the design of the building, storm shelters, are those located bathrooms? Do we have designated storm shelter areas in the main building?
Yes, the bathrooms would be considered one of those areas. If you look at the floor plan right now, the hatched area of the building, that's probably our best recommended area as a storm shelter, because that will be a reinforced masonry hard wall area, because that's where the mechanical mezzanine is going to be located. And that will be in the center of the building with really no windows. So the thought is that would be for some potential chair storage and maybe a couple things. But the primary purpose would be to shuttle people into that area as a storm shelter.
Thank you. This is Commissioner.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead. Let's go ahead.
Oh, sorry. And this is Commissioner Sellers. So since we're using the ADA plan to map this out, the pathway to that would then be able to accommodate, will be ADA compliant to accommodate traffic that way.
Yes, Scott Neal from Wendell. The facility will be completely ADA accessible.
And then this is Commissioner Sellers. I had another question. There was it may have been, I can't remember when it was, but it was talking in regards to the need of the building there would be a need to accommodate more cooling than heating. So in this, and I may be getting ahead of myself, but were there recommendations somewhere as to, sustainable cooling systems or options around that in order to account for that piece?
Yes, Scott Neal from Wendell. That was what I was speaking to with the overhangs on the south and west sides of the building. Those are your high heat gain. Those are what's called your high heat gain portions of the building. So by shading them, you're effectively reducing your cooling load requirements. The last piece to that being, we always recommend when we see something like that a high albedo roof, which means a light colored roof, would also be recommended. So what it's telling us is that your heating days are going to flip flop. We're going to be a majority cooling in the next 30 years.
Commissioner Sellers, thank you.
Mayor Shipley, any other questions? All right. Sherry, is there anyone there in the room who wants to make comment?
No, Mayor.
Is there anyone online? Yeah, there we go.
Michael Allman.
Hi, good evening. I'm Michael Allman. I'm still here as well, and I commend you for slogging on through. I would like to challenge you to think of the costs for this facility in a different way. For one thing, transit is one of our best solutions for the climate crisis, for dealing with transportation costs, which is about 33% of our emissions. But buildings are a larger sector. Buildings in the United States account for about 39 or 40% of our primary energy use and about 35 to 38% of our greenhouse gases. So if the city is still working on our climate action plan. The climate action plan is dragging on, and it's been dragging on for years. We're getting close, but you don't have to have a completed, adopted climate plan to actually act to save the climate. And I have to point out, as the climate plan drags on, the climate crisis is not waiting. It's actually accelerating, and every day there's more indication of that, the latest being both the North and the South Pole right now are anywhere from 50 to 90 degrees Fahrenheit above the norm. You would be wise not to worry, for instance, about the appearance of the building. Don't put a lot of money in that. Industrial chic is fine. Don't worry about that. Put your money investment in energy efficiency. And don't say that we'll go to electric in the future. If the climate crashes on us, and who knows what that's going to mean and how soon, but it's happening faster, there's not going to be much of a future to deal with. So I would suggest that you very, very diligently consider your goal, which is only 13 years from now. There's no reason you can't move that goal up to 100% renewable energy, and do it with heat pumps. Heat pumps are, it depends on the study and the agency and whatever, but the numbers indicate that heat pumps will eliminate 45 to 72% of greenhouse emissions, according to the University of Kansas, University of California at Davis. There are other studies, but heat pumps are so much more efficient than natural gas. So your operational costs immediately would be lower. Granted, the capital costs would be more, but think of the climate costs more than the capital costs at this point, please. Thank you.
That's all the comments, Mayor.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Shipley. Let's bring it back to the commission. And in the interest of time, for what that's worth at this point, I just want to go ahead and say, like, it's I was a little surprised by this. And maybe I'm going to be an odd man out and I'm going to be the extremist, but I feel like we've made a real commitment. We've said we've made a real commitment to renewable energy, and then to not do it in a project like this is it's going to be hard for me to justify my own job if I don't direct staff to do the most they possibly can in this situation, and even in the context of conversations we had earlier in the evening. So I know that it's an extra expense, but I would also say, like, the money you waste retrofitting is also not worth it. So I understand the logic, but this is just, we've said time and again that sustainability is what's important to us. I can't suggest doing anything other than the most we possibly can.
This is Vice Mayor Larson. This isn't an item where we can provide direction? Is it? It's a work session? I don't think we're making decisions on this, or am I got that wrong?
Oh no, excuse me, Mayor Shipley, they're asking us 3 very specific questions about direction that they need. I mean, you all do what you want, but I'm gonna answer his question. He's asking me, and then 3 of them, natural gas or electric? Yeah, electric. Solar panels? Yeah, solar panels.
not only whatever Evergy, we're not even talking about what our local solar partners could do in terms of partnership. And since I'm on it, I already know that I'm the most extreme on irrigation. Nothing bothers me more than wasting potable water on grass. I'm gonna get that you want to start a grass to keep it surviving, but the idea that we still irrigate so that we can have lovely green flat fescue just bothers me no end. So I already know that I'm gonna be odd man out there, but I'll just say my opinion while he's asking.
This is Vice Mayor Larson. I just thought we were going to get all those cost comparisons. That was part of the process, that we would see those cost differences and make a decision at that point.
I'm sorry, Mayor Shipley. I thought in one of these cases it was going to be an alternate bid. Thank you, Melinda, for nodding at that. The other ones, I think, were specific direction. You're probably not going to waste time on it if we don't have an opinion about it, is what I'm gathering.
This is Commissioner Sellers. I'm looking at the slide that says policy guidance. So I took it as our decisions made in these 3 areas would guide where the bidding would go with this, specifically as it relates to the bid alternative for the solar panels. So I've been wrong before.
This Vice Mayor Larson, I just would want to see the cost comparison between all these issues.
Melinda Harger, Interim MSO Director. We could look at doing an alternate for irrigation. We did that on the police facility. So we could bring you real costs on that as well as the solar panels. The challenge with the natural gas versus 100% electric buildings is we're looking at additional design costs to look at both options and to model that. You can't really do an alternate bid for that. So they've done part of the design, the building design. Wendell can confirm, I think at about 30% is where they're at right now. So there's some schematic designs of what that looks like, some early selection of equipment type, not to the point of specifying detailed sizes or anything like that. But that's where they're headed next. So knowing which path to go down, whether it's go with all electric or go with the natural gas, knowing that the intent is to have a pretty simplistic system, knowing we're looking to switch in about 12 to 13 years to electric. And Wendell could speak to this. I can't remember the amount they threw out, but maybe it was 10, 15,000, something like that. But it's a substantial cost to do the study that would tell us which way to go, return on investment and all that. And really it's gonna, they know that electric will cost more. It could be anywhere in that $50,000 to $100,000 range.
Yes, so Melinda, this is Susan Sherwood from Wendell. I can confirm we did get actual hard capital costs back from our engineers just a few hours before we got on this call, actually, relative to the difference.
Yeah, I was going to run through those too.
So yeah, go ahead, Scott. You can take them through that. This is just equipment costs. In order for us to give you a comparison of gas versus electric, we would have to go in and study and model the actual, how the building behaves, and plug in your rate structures for electric and your rate structures for gas, and and figure out how that works together. And it's an intense, we can do it. We have the technology to do it. We have the engineers to do it. It takes time and it costs money. And our advice to Melinda and her team and Adam and his team was to look at this more holistically from a policy perspective. It's going to cost you more money. We know it's going to cost you more money to operate, but we could do that modeling if you really wanted it, Commissioner Larson, just letting you know.
So Scott Neal from Wendell, yeah. So listening to this conversation, everything that has been stated here is doable. And of course, we have an opinion. There was a tug of war within our company. You heard the word heat pump. That is mostly correct. Heat pumps have some issues associated with them in this particular climate. They do not work well in heating loads. So there was a debate. It's not that they can't work, but to say that's exactly what you need is hard to say without actually reviewing the specific need. But right now, the HVAC system is it's a hot water loop. The boilers are gas fired. So basically all we'd be doing is switching out those with electric boilers. So it would be basically heating hot water with electric. At that point, it would be fully electric, and there's different options and controls, but we'd probably have to go to 2 boilers that we would accommodate, and those are going to be 60 kilowatt boilers each. Same with plumbing, we basically just have to switch out the water heater. We wouldn't be heating the water with gas, we'd be going to electric, and that's around 55 kilowatts. And then we'd have to have an increased service that would probably be more along the lines of a 500 amp service now, so that would also be larger. The reason I'm explaining that is that, so 60 kilowatts, 55 kilowatts, that's all great, but what we don't know is what the kilowatt hour conversion is. And that's when you actually have to look like your heating and your cooling days. And by that, that's what the study would really be pulling out. Is this is a high level assumption. The numbers I gave you is no way a final number, but every one of those things have to be looked at from the idea of what happens over time. The reason we're not going wholeheartedly and saying, yes, at face value, it's very important to do things right now. This building has a carbon footprint. It's not nearly the size of some of these larger projects that we're seeing electrification coming into its own right now. So that's our only hesitancy. It's a good idea. It's $100,000 idea right now. I advocate for those things. I can't tell you how to specifically spend your money on those things though. And we also know that everything I just said is probably going to be different in the next 5 to 7 years. But those, just be aware of like the systems and things like that. You can't just say any one particular system is going to solve your situation or solve whatever. It works as it works as a complete unit with, did we shade the southern exposure? Did we do the right roof color? Have we done everything from an external point of view before we even talk about the systems? Then of course, what does the future hold with heating and cooling days? So those are all the things that we have to be cognizant of before we answer questions like this. And we have not done that part of the study because electrification is kind of its own separate project.
This is Commissioner Littlejohn. Since you're asking my opinion, I would go with, just to run down the list, I would go with natural gas right now with the capability to switch to electric, because my personal opinion is if we went with electric right now, we're so far ahead of the curve that it will become more efficient anyway in the next 5 to 10 years. We'll have to switch it anyway. So we might as well just go with the cheaper option now and then be able to switch it later. Solar panels, yes. Irrigation strategies, I would probably go no irrigation. I also have the aversion to potable water as well, finding some drought tolerant plants, making it as seamless as possible if we can go ahead and do that. So that's just me.
Commissioner Finkel, I second Commissioner Littlejohn's comments for brevity's sake.
This is Commissioner Sellers. I think my head is still spinning because we've spent a lot of time this evening talking at sustainability and what is and is not in policy, which, hello, we are the policy leaders for this. So I hope the teachable moment for this and my fellow commissioners is that we have a lot of plans and CIP projects that we expect things to live up to, but they are not in policy. So I'm just going to leave on that note.
Hang on, sorry about that. I couldn't get my, it's 11 o'clock. I couldn't get my mute off. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. I apologize. You know, it's just so important to understand what the costs are before you make such a huge decision. And you're asking us to make this decision without any data as to what it actually is. So I'm frustrated by that. Just given what we know now, I could back what Commissioner Littlejohn as well as Finkel and I is saying. That would be fine, because I do agree that 5 years from now, we don't know what's going to be available from a technology standpoint. But like I said, I'm just frustrated that this is brought to us in this way, and that I would love to have a much deeper conversation of the electric versus natural gas and why, because I'm still not quite fully understanding why there's this decision point like this. And I would like to still have that conversation once we're done down the road here in the next few weeks. So I could follow with the Commissioner Finkeldine and Littlejohn on this, but understand that I'm extremely frustrated that we've been brought with this decision at this time without any data.
Mayor Shipley, I think I'm needing to look at Melinda and Adam, I gather. Did you get consensus out of that?
Melinda Harger, MSO Interim Director. I'm gathering that we will look at the solar panels as a bid alternate, but it seems like those are very favorable. Irrigation, I'm hearing no to the irrigation. So for establishment, I'm not quite sure what approach we'll take. We'll see if we can, maybe we'll have to truck in trucks or something like that, or if hose bids would be an option. So we'll have to look at that slope and see how we can establish vegetation to prevent erosion, because that could also create some sustainability challenges with runoff. I'm hearing maybe a little bit more in favor of the natural gas. It was a little split, but knowing that we'll have more efficient systems coming with new technology in the future, as well as some options to potentially have others pay for that. That additional cost. And what we have right now is an approximate 100K capital cost with increased operating costs. If we were to go with electric, we can't pinpoint what percentage higher at this time for electric as an ongoing cost, but we do have that round number. So if that's accurate, we will proceed in that direction. And I definitely I'm taking note of the additional information in the future you would like to see when we bring these projects to you with these options. We're going to need to look at this on every facility project that we do here on out, on whether we're going with electric or natural gas, and putting the dollars in to study that early in the design will be something we'll want to look at. Did I capture it okay?
Mayor Shipley, Adam, are you good? Do you have what you need?
Yes, yeah. The erosion, which Melinda brought up, is something I was thinking of as well. So we have, I don't think the intent is to put down any lawn vegetation. It will be indigenous. When we talk about grasses, we're not talking about like lawn grasses, but we have to get that established somehow. So that'll just be the part we have to work on without irrigation. So we'll just work on those strategies.
Mayor Shipley, thank you. It sounds like everyone's got what they need. We finished that item then. Do we want to extend for our last item, which is the strategic plan update from Connected City Outcome Team plus the city manager's report? Commissioners, do I have a motion or a general feeling of discontent?
This is Vice Mayor Larson. I would prefer not to cover that next subject. Save it for another time to give it the right attention we need to give it.
Commissioner Littlejohn, yeah, I think I'm sensing him a little bit spicy. So, yeah.
Mayor Shipley, can someone motion to not to table or move that item, but maybe just get through the manager's report and the calendar and move on?
Commissioner Finkel, I move, I don't know, is a work session, do we have to defer that item?
Yeah, you defer.
I'd move that we defer the strategic plan update on Connected City Outcome.
Sherry, do we need to add 5 minutes or whatever?
Yeah. I mean, any items that you don't hear tonight will automatically go to the next meeting or the date you want them. All you really need to do is say how long you want to extend the meeting to get through these remaining items. And you hear, I mean, do you want to go 10 more minutes to just do the final 2 and that will, then the other item will get moved? Is that 5 minutes, 10
Mayor
minutes?
Shipley, that's what I am thinking. We may not get to 10 minutes, but we have it.
Okay.
We a motion to extend the meeting 10 minutes.
Commissioner Finkel, second.
Mayor Shipley, I have a first and a second. Commissioner Sellers?
Aye.
Commissioner Finkeldye?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Larson?
Aye.
Commissioner Littlejohn?
Aye.
Mayor Shipley, aye. That will bring us to commission items.
Pass.
Okay. I am actually going to do a short one, you guys, because I think that someone's pulling an April Fool's joke, which of course will be before our next meeting, which will be on the 4th or 5th. I don't know if y'all can see this, but this is the postcard that the city sent me of all people for sidewalks. And I just laughed so hard. I can't tell you. So I just wanted to share that with you for many reasons, including that I famously have brand new sidewalks. Any other commission items? Okay, city manager's report.
City Manager Craig Owens. There are only 4 items on there. The first one is just to make sure that we're being very transparent. Even though it was a small error, we wanted to make sure you had the updated information on the ambulance purchase that we had previously reported. The rest is good news on the sales tax, which I think you've already kind of been sensitized to. And other than that, lots of future agenda items and one more now. So happy to answer any questions.
Mayor Shipley, any questions? This is a public comment item. Sherry, are there any people? No people. Is there anyone online who would like to comment on the city manager's report?
There's no comment on this item.
Mayor Shipley, great. That brings us to the calendar. Any items people need to bring up in the calendar? Okay. I think that brings us to the part where someone tells us to go home.
This is Vice Mayor Larson. I move to adjourn.
Commissioner Littlejohn, I second.
Mayor Shipley, I have a first and second. Vice Mayor Larson.
Aye.
Commissioner Littlejohn.
Aye.
Commissioner Finkeldye.
Aye.
Commissioner Sellers.
Aye.
Mayor Shipley. Aye, that passes 5-0. Thank you, everyone. Good job.